yesterday, and he's playing Dai Shangren.
I have to admit, a grandmaster from China that I'm not familiar with.
I'm probably not the only one, but yeah, no, these. I never heard of this guy. I've tried to do some research. He's born in 1999, and he got his grandmaster title this year.
Okay, and we see him there in shot. I was hoping that seeing him on camera would maybe tell me, oh yeah, that's the guy, I've seen him before. But no, a fresh face. I always find that exciting. You know, we asked Hikaru this yesterday. How does he feel about playing in these big opens? Like, of course, he had never played Vantika before. I'm fairly certain he hasn't played Dai Changren before. And Hikaru said, you know, if you do well, then I think it's fun, but you never really know what to expect. And for these players that are sitting opposite Hikaru, opposite Magnus, for them it's maybe a once in a lifetime chance to take them down. So their opponents will always be extra eager, extra motivated to show their very best. As we see a handshake here, and we are off with Hikaru opening 1e4.
King's pawn opening today. We had a queen pawn opening yesterday. Dai chooses to respond in kind with the king's pawn up, the knight out to attack. And now knight to c6 is the normal way to play. Move that knight out to defend the pawn in the center. And Hikaru goes for the Italian opening. So at this stage, there's, three major openings. The bishop all the way out, that's the Spanish, Ruy Lopez. We have the Italian, or Gucci Piano. I still haven't learned that name, Fiona. And we have the Scotch. Gioco Piano.
You got it. That was perfect.
Hikaru goes for the Italian. So far, black is just trying to do the same thing. Hikaru moves the king's pawn twice. Black does the same. Hikaru moves the bishop out to the c4 square, and black kind of copies with bishop to c5. Hikaru pawn to d3, opening up for this bishop. The knight out, and then Hikaru tries to take control in the center. This is kind of the point, the entire point of the Italian, that you get this pawn on c3, which controls these two squares, which is actually kind of important because those are the two squares that the knight kind of was wanting to jump to. So the Italian is really a discussion of which is better, the knight or the pawn, where the pawn takes control over both the squares the knight may want to use, and therefore the knight is often misplaced on this square, but we needed to go there to protect the pawn earlier. Anyway, d6 opening up for black's bishop, castles from both sides, rook into the center. This rook now defends the pawn on e4. That pawn was already defended by the pawn, but the pawn may want to advance in the center. So it's nice having another piece to protect so that this guy is excused from its defensive task and may move forward if it so pleases, or rather if Hikaru so pleases. Pawn to a5. Making sure to take some space on the queen side, also giving an option for the bishop to hide in the corner. And Hikaru goes h3. This move takes control of the g4 square, making sure that black's bishop will not be able to move up and point down on the white queen. And the bishop hides in the corner. And Fiona, I do believe that this has been quite popular at the top level, partly because it was played in the World Championship match with Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen, where the knight suddenly started moving up along the left side of the board.
I think in general, the Italian has become so incredibly trendy. I remember when I started playing chess, among beginners, you would see a lot of Italian games. And I just had sort of my one setup that I would play as black. And I always felt, well, it was actually very similar to the setup that we see here on the board, except I think I would often play a6 instead of a5. But now suddenly the theory has just exploded. And I find the Italian one of the most difficult almost openings to understand at the top level. At the beginner level, it's like, okay, everything looks normal, right? You develop your pieces, you try and control the center, but then suddenly these days there are so many nuances, and every time I look at an Italian, I'm not sure, okay, have I actually seen this one before, or was the pawn on a different square, or had the bishop retreated to a different square, was h3 included or not? And so all of these things, I mean, it's been so much discussed at the highest level. I think Hikaru playing the Italian today makes sense. I think we're going to get a maneuvering game here. We're not going to see any of what we saw, for example, in Magnus's game yesterday. And Jan Ludwig, did you see Magnus's interview as to why he chose 1c4 yesterday?
No, I didn't.
It's actually hilarious. So Magnus said he hadn't prepared anything. He wasn't too sure what he was going to play when he went to the board. And then the main tournament organizer, who happens to be a grandmaster as well, Mohamed Al-Modiaki, he was making the ceremonial first move for Magnus. And he asked Magnus, which move do you want? And Magnus said to him, you can choose. And Mohamed played 1c4. And Magnus said, looks good, let's roll with it.
Yeah, but actually there's been so many tournaments have this thing where like the sponsors are invited and get to make the first move. But what I've noticed as a commentator is that very often the players will take back that first move and make a different first move afterwards. And I mean, I feel like that is such a bad, like, for these people who's sponsoring the event and who gets to be in the limelight, to have someone then just take back the move, it feels a bit bad. So I'm a big supporter of actually making the ceremonial first move stay. Mm-hmm. It's just, I guess it depends on whether the players are actually telling the sponsors what they should play. And in Magnus's case, there are some times he doesn't know what he's going to do when he sits down at the board. And I've had occasions where I actually haven't decided on my first move yet when getting to the board. And that would be a bit awkward. Because then you're like, you have this sponsor and they're like, which move should I make on your behalf? And you're like, oh, I really don't know. It helps when the sponsor is a grandmaster and makes the decision for you.
Actually, it reminds me to go off on another slight tangent. The last time this tournament was held, I was actually working on site in 2015 at the Qatar Masters. And one day they had the legendary Xavi, the football player who I think was a coach for one of the Qatari teams at the time. And he made this, I can never get through the story. It was so funny. We made a ceremonial first move for Anish. And Anish pointed at the e2 pawn and asked for the pawn to be put from e2 to e4. But here the lack of any chess rules, knowledge of any chess rules, unfortunately. Not Xabi Alonso, the Xabi, what's his name? Just Xabi, and not Alonso. And he played king to e3. He misunderstood the pointing. He thought Anish had pointed to the king. And it was so funny. Xavi Hernandez, that's the one. And I was like, oh my God. And everyone just cracked up. That was one of the best ceremonial first. I think Anish was in such shock. Like, he's such a legend that nobody wanted to say anything. Yeah.
But can you
Anyway.
imagine Anish not having a funny comment to that? Like that's really saying something about how kind of blown, how surprised Anish was that
Yeah,
he just didn't have like a funny comment to respond with.
I'm just trying to see if I can find the picture. There must
Anyway,
be.
I'll talk a bit about chess while you find the picture.
Yes, you do that.
Hikaru has retreated his bishop. And I think part of the reason for why you do this is that you're a bit aware of the black pawn moving forward in the center, trying to attack the bishop. So just as a precaution, you move the bishop back. And now Dai, he offers the trade between the bishops, saying that, well, now that you move the bishop once, I would be happy to make this trade because then you kind of lose a move compared to if Hikaru were to move his knight out and then the bishop wanted to trade and the trade happens, then Hikaru would have this extra move as opposed to what happened when the bishop retreated, trade offered. And now if Hikaru agrees, yes, black will have two pawns on the same file in the center, which has been the topic of quite a bit of discussion in this Italian, whether this is a major problem for black, having these pawns kind of standing in each other's path. But there are also black players arguing that, well, it opens up for my rook, so I can potentially create an attack with my pieces pointed down towards the white king. And Hikaru decides not to do any of this. And Hikaru just retreats the bishop a second time in a row. And he argues that the black bishop on e6 is actually not really doing much because it doesn't have anything real to attack. And Hikaru basically says that the mass of black pieces in the center could be a problem for black.
By the way, shout out just to our producer, Jaren. I found the article there. So there we see Shabi just putting the king. 2e3 and Anish
and
with
Anish
the right
smirking.
smile. So yeah, sorry, Jan Ludwig. So bishop c2. One thing, one question I have here. I always felt as black that I was told if you get d5 in at the right moment, in the right circumstances, often that is the way to equalize. Is d5 here possible? I'm looking, I guess the big question is the pawn on e5, right?
Well, I think it's important also to realize why d5 may be necessary. Because by making this retreat, Hikaru is saying if black tries to kind of copy the way white has been playing by going either rook e8 or h6, say rook e8 then d4 attacks in the center. And if you're now careless, continuing in the same fashion as Hikaru has done, then it's actually a major problem for black having developed the bishop. The bishop would actually, this guy would be happier standing back on the c8 square. In fact, one of the computer's top choices here is moving it back where it came from, which kind of showcases why Hikaru is making this retreat, because he's saying, well, I really want to keep your bishop on the board. I really want to avoid this trade because this will benefit me as I progress my plan of pushing the pawn forward in the center. And black can try another typical plan with knight to e7. Hikaru would still push forward in the center and the knight would then move over to the king side. But then it would be white who has the advantage in particular of these two pawns. If you can get two pawns standing next to each other in the center, you will control very nicely into the opponent's half. And you will also, you're also controlling both the dark squares and the light squares, which can often be a problem. Having your pawns far advanced, but all pawns on the light squares, for instance, that can often be actually a problem because it means your dark squares are poorly protected. And that's why having the pawns next to each other is almost always the best option, controlling both the dark squares and the light squares. And yeah, so, and that might be why, to return to your point, Fiona, why black needs to be the one to take charge in the center before Hikaru has the opportunity to push forward.
The only question is, if d5 is played and Hikaru captures, isn't black going to have a problem with that e5 pawn? Is black forced to take with the queen to defend?
No, actually not. So taking with the queen is probably okay. I mean, to me, this queen looks kind of exposed. But on the other hand, you're getting your pieces out very quickly. Black already connecting the rooks, while white just, white isn't really developing at all. It's really amazing that the computer feels white is significantly better here, given the lack of development in white's camp. But you can also capture with the knight. Even though the pawn on e5 is now poorly defended, two attackers, one defender, it turns out after the trade, there's a trick, a very important trick, but well known from other variations of this Italian, where the bishop sacrifices itself, trying to lure the white king out into the open, after which the black queen will get a double attack on the king and on the rook.
Absolutely. Therefore, after bishop takes the f2, that would mean white cannot recapture, but in that case, black has regained the pawn with interest, as the white king is looking rather lonely. The bishop is suddenly a monster on f2, and the development problems on the queen side still hold true. So for that reason, if we drop back to the moment where black captured on d5 with the knight, the pawn on e5 is not a pawn you want to take. And I think instead we need to address as white the problems of the pieces on the queen side. Very often the knight will develop to d2, even with the bishop still sitting on c1, because the knight on the very next move will go back to f1 or to c4 sometimes as well. Then either regroup via g3 or via c4, where it will put pressure on black's center.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what Hikaru is aiming at. That he's happy to see black going for this d5 move, because it would give him a very easy plan of just targeting black's pawn in the center. And Dai Shangren, he didn't go for d5. He goes for this knight to e7. And as far as I understand this Italian opening, right now, Hikaru is about to get everything you could ever hope for. He's going to go d4. It's guaranteed. He'll make that advance in the center. And yeah, black will try to defend the pawn, maneuver the knight over to the king side. And
yes, I think if you click on that line that you've shown previously, then we'll get the nice colors. You've done such a great job. I think they're... Oh, where did they go?
I didn't make any colors.
Apparently. No, you hadn't made colors with the two pawns in the center controlling...
Oh, well, sometimes I unclick them. I'll do it again.
Thank you. So yeah, Hikaru will get this nice center. And I guess what is Dai Shangren saying? That he wants to maybe get some counterplay on the king side? Or
yeah. So black right now, the only thing that's good about the black position is kind of the troop deployment to the king side of the board. So black is definitely wanting to create an attack there, but it has to happen very quickly, because if Hikaru is allowed to develop his queen side, then his superiority in the center will be by far the most crucial aspect of the position. So d4 did happen. Hikaru played that. Knight to g6 sees the knight complete its maneuvering. We talked about
a very
this
generous
earlier.
exclamation mark there.
Oh, for sure. But we talked about this earlier, right? How the knight on c6 is very often misplaced. And that's kind of one of the arguments of the Italian opening, is that this pawn is doing a great job of restricting the options for the knight. And that's why the maneuver of the knight over to the king side is so common. But making that maneuver has allowed Hikaru to grab the center. And if Hikaru now can complete his development, I really like, I mean, if I could get the position Hikaru has right now, I would play the Italian every single game. I think from a practical point of view, this is already been fantastic for Hikaru, and we only played for 20 minutes.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I also feel as black, okay, if we even follow that top computer move, top computer line with knight b to d2, which I think is a perfectly normal move here, and then knight h5. Of course, when I play knight h5, I always have to make sure that you can take on e5, but I don't think it was possible here. Oh, was it?
Well, the thing is, if knight takes e5, you try to be tricky, allowing the queen to capture on h5. But the problem is you just face this incredible pressure in towards the center. And the pride and joy of your position, the two pawns in the center, just disappear.
So instead of taking on e5, let's say you play knight f1 as you were intending, and I play knight f4. I need to think which one. I think this one. Yeah. And these positions, I think maybe I'm not very objective as black here. Sometimes I feel, oh, I've gotten a knight to f4. I'm pointing down at h3. But I see the computer is not too impressed with.
And that's the beauty of the Italian opening and this kind of position, is that it looks very nice for black. You're like, oh, this knight is beautiful. This knight is almost impossible to kick out. This is going to be wonderful long term. But the fact of the matter is, when you study the position more closely, it turns out your knights aren't really able to accomplish anything. Yeah, they're well placed, but in the long term, white will have you're not able to do something immediately, which will allow Hikaru to finish his development, after which he will have the advantage due to the center. If you want to punish white for getting these nice pawns, then you need to do something very quickly before the queen side is developed. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that in this position, you're not able to do anything really quickly, because the most obvious, let's punish white kind of plan, moving this knight up to the f4 square, is met by the white knight in return moving up to the f5 square. And it turns out, well, this guy is good, but so is this one. And actually, because the white knight is blocking the bishop's influence towards the h3 square, we will often see then moving forward that the king moves up, and the pawn then pushes the black knight back now that the h3 pawn has been protected by the king. And so it's like, yeah, you spent a lot of moves moving your knight forward to this nice square, but it turns out white responded by first getting their knight to an equally good position, and then just being able to get the protection needed on the king side to push the knight back. So I'm really, really optimistic about Hikaru's chances. In general, I really like this area of the Italian opening, because like you said, Fiona, the Italian has been super popular at the top level lately, and they've discovered lots of very tricky nuances and tricky kind of plans. But the way Dai Shangren is played, this is more like the traditional way of doing things. And one of the reasons the Italian had its renaissance, an appropriate word, is because the traditional way of playing, we figured out, wasn't actually that good.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm curious. I'm a little surprised that Hikaru is taking his time, but I think we will go down the line you're pointing out. I just wanted to say a big thank you in the chat to Big Law for your comment about the Chasuble Scotch course. I wanted to respond in the chat, but when I'm not at home, I still have this issue. I can't log into Kick, so I can read you guys in the chat, but I can't actually interact. So thank you. I appreciate it. And Jan Ludwig, I think we've discussed the Italian and some of the intricacies that arise here for a while. Shall we quickly check in with Magnus? And by the way, guys, much earlier today, someone asked, oh, the guy we see on the camera with the fluffy ginger hair, is that Magnus? No, that's actually Magnus's opponent, Alisher Sulaimanov from Kazakhstan. I actually met Alisher at the Reykjavik Open years and years ago. A very hardworking, lovely guy. And I think he had a great Olympiad last year in Chennai for Team Kazakhstan. He's working hard on his chess, so he will be relishing that chance to face Magnus. And shall we go back to the very beginning of this game?
Yeah, let's. Magnus faces the queen pawn opening just like Hikaru did yesterday. And Magnus responds just the same way as Hikaru did, moving his knight out and then opening up for his bishop to get into the game. After knight f3, Hikaru here played pawn to d5 yesterday, and Magnus instead chooses to go for the Queen's Indian opening, which is signified by opening up for this bishop to get involved into the game, either to do the standard fianchetto point down through the center, but actually in the Queen's Indian, it's also quite common to move the bishop 2 steps to attack the white pawn on c4, which is what happened here. And yeah, this just became kind of complicated very early on, because Magnus attacks the pawn, white defends the pawn with the queen, and then Magnus went back to the standard fianchetto, let's point down the center. So Magnus gave white a free move by allowing the queen to come and protect the pawn. How does he justify giving white that option? And the reason is that if Magnus were to go with the bishop first, I think then the knight can move into the game. And if Magnus wants to attack white's center, the pawn on d4, now this pawn can advance because it's being protected by the pawn, by the knight, and by the queen. 3 protectors against 3 attackers, and that's enough. However, by inserting this bishop out first, luring the queen out, we think, oh, the queen is developing, that's nice. But Magnus says, well, the queen left the potential protection of the d5 square, so that now after the knight comes out, c5, you no longer have the option to push the pawn forward because the queen is no longer giving protection to that pawn, and you would be able to just start capturing. as black. So very intriguing kind of back and forth, similar to what we saw Hikaru do yesterday. Hikaru also moved his bishop twice on move 4 and 5 in order to lure the opponent into having a piece slightly worse placed than normal. And that's the level of intricacy you expect from these top players. Suleimanov, he took advantage, though, still of the queen's placement because he saw, well, I can't push my pawn forward to d5 because the queen doesn't protect there, but now my queen protects the e4 square. So I can push forward there, being very aggressive with my pawns. Magnus makes the trade and then develops his bishop, once again exploiting that the queen is not protecting the knight. The knight has to move out with the black knight, so Magnus is developing very quickly. But interestingly, white is being super aggressive with the pawns here, chasing back the black bishop and following through with a fianchetto of their own, pointing down towards the center. So very aggressive play here from white, trying to limit the option for Magnus's pieces.
Certainly taking all the ground he can get. Suleimanov, you said very aggressive. Do you like the way he's playing, or do you feel these pawns might get overextended at some point?
It really, I don't really know this player very well. I think it depends on your playing style. We talked about yesterday how Hikaru has become a very universal player who will do kind of like whatever the position demands. But at a lower level, such as my level or Suleimanov's, you do have a lot of weaknesses in your game, and you do have preferences. And what I have learned about myself is that I don't really like being aggressive with my pawns. I like the flexibility of advancing them at my own pace, and I wouldn't want to. I don't necessarily score very well when I push the pawns up early before I complete my development. I'm happy to push my pawns, but when I'm ready for it, when my king is in safety, when all my pieces are out, when the rooks are involved. So for me personally, I would say this maybe is not the kind of position I would want. But on the other hand, it puts a lot of pressure on Magnus, because right now Magnus has to be thinking, well, if I'm not careful, I'm going to lose this game because white is being super aggressive.
And Magnus's next move is a little mysterious. So he plays queen b8 here. And I am
scared of pawn to e5, I think.
Ah, very interesting. I was wondering what queen b8 is about, but it does cover that central e5 square. I was saying I'm in shock seeing the top computer recommendation, because on the previous move after bishop b2, when white played bishop b2, I thought, okay, the back rank has been cleared, but surely white is not going to go queenside. Surely white is just going to develop the bishop from f1 and go kingside. But the top computer recommendation, Jan Ludwig, is castling queenside here. And speaking of being aggressive, doesn't get much more aggressive than that. Although having said that, the computer maybe was just toying with me and changed his mind as soon as we made the move.
Yeah, what a cruel computer. Yeah,
to be fair, I did say I was shocked, so...
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, you do get the rook into the center. And I mean, there's definitely points to the castling here. And maybe the computer changes its mind again if we follow through with top choices. So here, computer suddenly says pawn to e5. The move Magnus had tried to prevent with his queen maneuver earlier, now still going strong, because if Magnus goes for the pawn, his queen comes into the game on an exposed diagonal, where the white knight can move up, attack the bishop, while the white bishop attacks the queen. And moving the queen over to give a check, you can block the check with a counter threat on the queen. Really, really interesting. Especially since the computer says this is still just unclear after the queen sacrifices itself for a knight.
One of the things I remember very well from doing commentary with David Howell in Albania last week was he hammered it home so often that, and no pun intended, that Magnus loves giving up his queen these days. So this one right up his alley, it would seem.
Wow. And the idea is that even though the queen gets captured by a pawn, you can then actually create some problems, showcasing why it's maybe not such a great idea to castle queenside, because the white king doesn't have a lot of pawn shelter on that side of the board. It feels very unlikely that all of this is going to happen, but it really showcases the aggressiveness of White's play so far and the opportunities that presents.
Yeah, I have to say I'm very curious after Queen B8. I think this next move is going to give us a lot of answers to our questions. Can Alisher just make a bishop move? Let's say bishop e2,
yeah,
and just wait for Magnus. And if, let's say, Magnus castles, can he still go queenside here? Is the loss of a tempo?
Well, I think Magnus is going to castle kingside no matter what.
Yeah.
So if you're going to go queenside, you better do it as soon as possible to kind of cover your king. Yeah. So I think it's now or never, I would say. Because if you want to castle queenside but delay it, you run out of good counter moves. Part of the reason here, after bishop to e2 and castles, can white still play this pawn to e5 move? And the computer says no, this time capturing the pawn is okay for Magnus due to the fact that when the queen comes into the game and the knight creates its attack from the bishop and from the knight, it turns out the queen can step back because now there's no rook pointing down towards the queen like there were when white castled. So it's like you lose a lot of opportunities, tactics that you would have if you castled immediately. So I think it's now or never, and the answer we get is never.
Rook d1, I was just about to say, I think Alisher is going to take, and I should stop calling him by his first name because you guys can't actually see the first names on your screen. So I think, I thought Suleimanov was going to invest a bunch of time into that decision. Because I thought, okay, if he has played all these pawns, as I said, I know Alisher a little bit, but I'm not too familiar with his chess style. But if you push all those pawns, e4, c4, b4, it would sort of fit that you would then castle queenside from what we have seen. Rook d1 is also an interesting move, though, because, again, it makes it... What was that line with e5?
Well, the problem now is that after castles and pawn to e5, if you try this now, takes, knight d5 would be a very good move now, if not for the fact that your king is in check.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go
that's
back.
The major difference.
Yeah, and it is a big difference. So I expect Magnus to castle.
Yeah, that's a fair expectation. And I would say, well, white is definitely going to castle kingside now. So moving the bishop out and castling kingside will happen. And I gotta say, I'm liking White's position, and I'm also liking his confidence. Precisely what you talked about, that he didn't take too long on his decisions. He's feeling okay having these aggressive pawns, and he's not gonna overthink it. And it's a bit uncomfortable for Magnus having to just sit back and watch the opponent really have control of the game. So a really good start for him. I wanted to ask you, Fiona, you said you don't know too much about Suleymanov's chess style, but you know him personally. And so I wanted to ask, in your experience, does a person's personality reflect the way they play chess?
I think it's a really interesting question. And I think in some cases, yes. And in some cases, you also get these guys who are maybe very quiet in real life, but then are lunatics on the chessboard.
Do you have any examples?
No.
You do, but you don't want to say it publicly?
No, I don't know. I mean, like in some cases, for example, one of my good friends, Simon Williams, his personality really matches his over the board. I mean, like it's one example where I think it's very clear, but I'm trying to think of an example where it's more of the opposite. What about yourself? Would you say that your chess style
I'm not
reflects
sure
your
how my personality gets across, right? Because when I'm doing commentary, I'm quite a different person to how I'm like, I think, in real life. That's my opinion, at least. I am an incredibly boring player. I liked very slow positions, maneuvering games. I don't want to have I don't want to have to work to do lots of calculations. I want to more just have an opinion about, strategy. And so I feel like I match my personality pretty well, but I also think that my personality comes across a bit differently when doing commentary for, I don't know, for obvious reasons.
I see chat is also throwing in some examples. I think Wesley So is probably another example where the style matches. Like he's very solid, very humble, quite unassuming. I think, of course, he's very strong, but I do see some similarities, I feel, between the personality and the chess style. Having said that, I was shocked when I followed this Armageddon tournament in Berlin, where the players were wearing heart rate monitors. Wesley always looks so calm and collected. His heart rate was through the roof. He had the second highest heart rate of all players there. And I was like, that was really interesting to me to see that even someone who looks so quiet to the outside, that they would be so wired up. Then Mamedyanov also being mentioned in the chat. The Carrera was saying, crazy in the board, but quiet in real life. I don't know about the quiet in real life part. Let's just leave it at that. I think Mamedyanov is actually another good example of being similar over the board and in terms of personality.
So
anyway,
is that our conclusion, that personality does sometimes reflect your over the
I think
way you play
most
chess?
of the examples we've talked about, I mean, I've struggled to come up with an example where
Federico is trying to say Eric Rosen is aggressive in chess, but he does play the London, so
how aggressive can you be when you play the London, right? Anyway, so yeah, I'll try to think of a how about Karayak? Yeah, let's stop this game here.
But the point so you don't know too much about Suleymanov's play style, but you do know his personality.
His
Is he a
personality is
madman?
very quiet. From what I can tell, very quiet, very polite, like not a madman. Pretty much the opposite of a madman.
So then I
So,
would say it's very intriguing how aggressive he is with his pawns.
yeah, sure.
So this is going to be a very interesting game. I think Magnus is under some pressure, and he's going to have to basically just sit quiet and hope his opponent doesn't crush it, which is sometimes a good strategy. Very often, as the better player, if you just keep lots of pieces on the board, you can usually depend on your opponent to make a mistake at some point. The longer the game, the more likely your opponent is to make a mistake, and the more likely your opponent is to get into time trouble. But that's also why I mentioned I thought it was encouraging this pace Suleimanov has had so far, despite being very risky in his style, using these pawns aggressively. He's kept the pace very well, and yeah, I'm not a big fan of Magnus's position.
Yeah, we'll come back here. I suspect Suleimanov will just follow up with bishop e2 and castles, as we discussed. And then we'll see. What do you think Magnus... Actually, before we move on to Hikaru, just a final word. What do you think Magnus's plan should be here? Because I'm struggling to see too many pawn breaks. I mean, d5 would be nice, but that's never going to be on the cards at the moment. So I imagine the pawn will just have to content itself with going.
Well, actually, this way of playing, Magnus has played quite a few times before when playing lower rated players, such as myself. This is known as the hedgehog, and Magnus is basically, so the hedgehog. It's trying to derive its name from a way the opening works similar to the animal. In that hedgehog will have its, I'm not sure what the English word is, but thorns.
No.
It will have
spikes, maybe, or something.
Spikes. Okay, whatever. You're gonna have your pawns just kind of not being very aggressive, but completely controlling your half of the board. So you're basically just sitting there waiting for the opponent to do something silly, and then you strike, and then you move forward. But it does make kind of planning a bit difficult. And also, Magnus has a bad version of the hedgehog because of the knight on c6. This knight is misplaced because it's blocking the bishop's path, and the knight would much rather be on the d7 square instead, where it also would have control in towards the center, but not stand in the way of the bishop. And also, white's pawns are more aggressive than normal for a hedgehog, which I think should favor white. So yeah. And also, this bishop placement is very nice, pointing down towards the king, because it was Bobby Fischer who introduced a very shocking plan within the hedgehog when he said, well, I'm gonna go with my rook to g8, and then I'm gonna go with my pawn to g5. This was Fischer's plan. And it was pretty revolutionary, the way he managed to get his pieces over and like start really an attack towards the white king. However, this plan doesn't really work at all with the bishop already very well placed to point down towards the black king. You cannot allow yourself to make a move like g5 because you're gonna get into trouble with this bishop pointing down on the black king. So I'm really liking White's position, and I think Magnus has a tough game ahead.
Yeah, as can be seen from his clock times right now, both players having spent around 20 minutes. We'll come back to this game a little bit later. For now, let's go back to Hikaru, where I saw early on a few people in the chat were surprised that Hikaru started with bishop e3 versus playing knight d2 immediately. And the other thing that's been happening here is we haven't missed much at all, but black has been spending a lot of time.
Yeah, because the black position is uncomfortable. Very often the time usage will reflect a player's comfort levels. And when you're spending a lot of time, it's usually because you don't kind of know, or you don't have anything you feel good about for your plan moving forward. I understand that completely, because I don't like the black position. I think bishop to e3, moving the bishop out before the knight, is completely fine. It's just Hikaru says, my development is poor. I don't necessarily want to spend 4 moves with the knight. I want to get the bishop out first and then get the knight out, just so that, if I move the knight first, I'll block the bishop, and maybe that can be bad in some circumstance. So I think bishop out is completely fine. It doesn't negate the main plan of the position. c6 is okay, taking some control in the center. And Hikaru just follows up very logically with the knight. And one of the major issues here for black is that Hikaru's plan is so easy. Like the next 3 moves, he's moving his knight up the board. And there's nothing really black can do about it.
I was just trying to put myself in the shoes of Dai Changren and thinking, what do I actually want to do? Because yes, c6 made sense, as you said, to control the center, but we need a plan. The plan of playing d5 right now is looking very tricky again, with the e5 pawn being so vulnerable. I wonder, in the live position after knight d2, can black ever... Oh, and we actually saw a move as I was wondering what black's next idea was going to be, but knight h5 is a move that we looked at earlier on. The idea, of course, is to jump into f4. I think we said earlier that Hikaru is probably just going to mirror that, bring his knight back to f1.
Yeah. And then the knight up to f5. Hikaru's position is...
King h2 and g3.
Sorry?
That was the plan you showed earlier with king h2 and g3 and eventually kicking back the knight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this knight isn't going to be it's not going to get to stay there forever. And the white knight can get an equally good position. And at the end of the day, what the difference here is really all about the central pawns. And because white was able to move the pawns up in the center first, it means black is not able to copy that plan, because white will then capture the black pawn. So it's very, very important in the Italian to be the first one to move your central pawns up, because then you're preventing the opponent from copying the plan, because you have that pressure against the e5 pawn.
And let me just see, there was a question in the chat from Drychik. Knight takes e5 is no good. In which position?
Well, this one, I would guess.
In this one. Is it actually the exact position we talked about earlier, or not quite, right?
No, not the same, because of the bishop's placement.
Oh, so there's no bishop f2. So there is a great question. So let's take a look at knight takes e5.
Knight takes e5. The idea is, yes, you're giving up the knight for a pawn, but you're also opening up for your queen against the black knight on the edge. After takes, queen takes knight, the problem becomes that you've also allowed black to have this massive pressure on the d pawn. The difference being that previously there was a black pawn on d6, and without that pawn, the queen offers an extra attacker, which means that after the trades, the bishop may capture this pawn with the queen offering the necessary support.
Absolutely, and that is not a trade you want to do as white if you can help it. So I don't think we'll see knight takes e5 in this position. I think knight f1 will be Hikaru's choice, but we see him there deep in thought, looking away to the side. Jan Ludwig, I think now with Hikaru thinking about his next step, this is a good moment for us to take a first break of the day. So don't go anywhere, guys. This round is only just getting started. We'll be back with all the remainder of the action very soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our coverage of the Qatar Masters 2023. It is round 2, and Jon Ludwig, Hikaru has been very considerate, not making a move while we were gone on break. We said we expected knight f1. What other move do you think you might be considering here?
Yeah, I spent some time during the break, really just baffled at what Hikaru might be pondering. And I think the only alternative is knight to g5. So I'm very surprised Hikaru hasn't played knight f1. It seemed like a pretty sensible move to keep up the pace. Oh, wow. And he doesn't go knight f1 because he wants to put the bishop there instead of the knight.
Why would he want to put the bishop on f1? Just so that knight f4 can be immediately met by g3, or?
Well, it still can't be met immediately, but it's about, I guess, the long-term potential of being able...
But if black goes knight f4 here, what I meant to say is... And that's right? No, sorry, and you were saying no, Fiona, h3 is still under attack.
Yeah, so there's still 2 pieces pressuring the pawn. Could even be 3 if you move the queen up. So white isn't going to be able to kick the knight out anytime soon. But it's pretty well known that in the long term, you can create a plan like this, where you retreat your knight in order to have enough protectors of the h3 square, and then you can go g3 to kick the knight out. But it leaves a pretty weird impression on the position, right? To just move all your pieces back. But something like this, I guess, is what he's intending. That being said, why not knight f1 if you could get the knight to f5, you can still go for the plan of playing g3 and kicking the knight out. And also the way Hikaru has played with his bishop now is really funny. So this bishop started on the f1 square. It moved out to c4, then back to b3, back to c2, and then all the way to d3 and return to f1. Like, this bishop has moved 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, only to end up where it started.
What a journey the bishop has been on. Do you think the bishop is happy to be back on f1?
Yeah, in general, this is a good bishop placement. So, and obviously Hikaru thought for quite a long time before he did it. So he's pretty comfortable with that being a good plan. But, it would be even better to have the bishop here and the knight on f5. Yeah, this is why the Italian is such a difficult opening, right? Because there are these nuances, and even a pretty good player, such as myself, struggles understanding what's the most important when. So one thing is knowing the plans, but the key is knowing when to execute the plan under different circumstances, such as those different circumstances can be, what does black do in the meantime? And certain black responses will demand different things from us with the white pieces. No, it's just a very tricky position, but I'm still liking Hikaru. Like, I still think this has been very nice for him to get the pawns forward, to have these pawns controlling the center, restricting some of the options for black's pieces. It leaves a really weird impression that you spend 5 moves on the bishop. But black also spent 3 moves on this knight, 3 moves on this knight. So yeah, it makes up for it.
Yeah, another of the things that I find tricky for black is, yeah, his position might be fine right now, but I'm still struggling to come up with a plan. Black has managed to plant a knight on f4 for now. So in general, I think black would be happy to play on the king side. I would like to get my queen involved. If I can get the queen away from d8, I will connect the rooks. I don't know. I was looking at queen f6 just to bring the queen closer. I don't think I have any threats just yet here. But the computer is unimpressed. It just wants to go with your plan of king h2 and then g3. And I'm not sure what I've achieved here with bringing the queen to f6. So if not queen f6, if we go back to the live position, another thing I was thinking is I would love to play f5 at some point, but I don't know, the pawn on e5 I think is always just too much of a problem, and I'm not sure how to defend it.
Yeah, so the problem is that this pawn becomes what's known as an isolated pawn. Yeah. A pawn that cannot be protected by other pawns, and it's in the crosshairs of the white rook. So probably being this aggressive, you're gonna lose the pawn. But if you then manage to create an attack, and considering you have quite substantial amount of attacking pieces involved on the king side, you could make the argument that giving up the pawn in the center could be fine.
Yeah, the problem is, first of all, white is going to exchange one of the prides of my position here, the bishop on a7, and my rook will be a bit awkwardly placed on a7. It will take me a tempo to bring it back to a8 and then into the game. And so the big question here is, after knight takes e5, I think if I had some attack, I might be happy to give up the pawn. But if I take on e5, first of all, I'm losing one of my pieces, which I could potentially use for the attack. I also lose the piece that is defending the knight on f4 right now. So I'm a bit worried that at the end of that line here, after the rook recaptures on e5, I just don't have enough attacking power to justify giving up a pawn.
Yeah, it's one of those either-or situations, right? Either it's really good or it's really bad. There's no in between. There's no middle ground.
One thing that I was wondering, it's very greedy, just in that position, is there no knight d3? I was wondering if I could greedily go for the pawn, but I just realized, yeah, there's always queen b3 in the worst case. That's another problem with playing f5 immediately, is I think in general with the king on g8, you expose yourself to a lot of unwanted checks. So I'm gonna give up my idea of playing f5 immediately anyway.
Yeah, and that's the key, right? You give up the idea in this moment, but you still want to keep the idea for the future. You're not. It is in general, you do want to get rid of this pawn on f7 in order for the rook to get involved. So we're saying no to the idea right now, but it is a very much a possibility moving forward.
The thing is, if not any, can I just play a waiting move like queen c7? Queen c7, I connect the rooks, I bring an additional pair of eyes onto my pawn on e5. And maybe that way I can start slowly preparing for an f5 push.
And crucially, with the queen on c7, it becomes less enticing for white to go king h2. Because this is, in general, this is white's plan. Move the king up to have an extra protector of the h3 square. And then with that extra protection, you'll be able to play g3, kicking the knight out. However, since you put the king on the same diagonal as the queen, there are some circumstances now where like d5 and you start getting rid of stuff on the diagonal, which could be an issue. Okay, apparently the computer says this is actually quite good for white, because I guess this pawn is actually both attacking the knight but also blocking the queen. But this is the kind of thing to keep in mind. Ooh, and look at the move that's played, f6. That's also potentially a very good move.
I mean, I saw that f6 was one of the computer's top recommendations, but I was so fixated that I want this pawn on f5 someday. But does f6 prepare maybe another pawn break? Does f6 get ready to maybe strike in the center with d5 now that the pawn...
I think so, yeah.
e5 has another protector.
Also, the pawn takes control of the g5 square, which sounds a bit weird to point out since the queen already had that square under control. But if queen to d7, there was knight to g5, eliminating black's bishop. And so by playing f6, if now Hikaru continues with his main plan, king to f2 to h2, now black can go queen d7. And Hikaru still can't play this pawn forward to attack the knight because Hikaru has enough pressure against the h3 pawn. And so for Hikaru to complete his plan, he's going to need to go knight g1, but then he's opening up for an advance in the center now that the knight no longer has that pressure in towards the e5 pawn. So very, very intriguing move. I think a great move. And I'm not as big of a fan of Hikaru's position now as I was three moves ago. I think black has significantly improved their chances in terms of managing to keep the knight on f4. And that goes back to this decision Hikaru had here. When we were looking at the option for getting the knight to f5, one of the key differences here is that by moving the knight to f5, it kind of does the same thing as moving the bishop back to f1, because it puts the knight in the path of the bishop so that the bishop may not attack the h3 pawn. And we put the bishop on f1 to protect the h3 pawn. And one of the key circumstances here is that when black now goes queen d7 and saying, oh, I have 3 pieces attacking towards h3, well, two of those pieces are being blocked by the knight. While in the current situation, both those pieces participate in the pressure. So by moving the bishop back to protect the pawn, it's actually less effective than having the knight stand in the path of both the bishop and the queen.
That's a really interesting point. Yeah, I think we're still, both of us, maybe a little surprised by this plan. Hikaru chose to drop the bishop back to f1 rather than the knight. I'm curious to hear your opinion on Niti RM's comment in the chat saying, not gonna lie, this position looks uncomfortable for white. I don't understand the slight advantage the computer gives for white. Would you agree that this could become uncomfortable? Would you say this is in the balance? What are your thoughts on the practicality?
I would agree that it looks nice for black. But this is something we talked about earlier as well. That's kind of the key to this opening, is that it's not as good for black as it looks. In fact, it turns out this very well-placed knight on f4 is not at all as good as it kind of looks to be. And that's why the Italian gained so much popularity, because we made the realization that white having the control in the center and being first, preventing black to strike back, is more important than having this knight move up to an attacking position.
And
so I understand the sentiment. I agree with the sentiment, but it's wrong because the knight isn't able to do as much damage as a human just looking at the position would think.
I agree with that sentiment. We were about to see a move from Hikaru, whose hand was hovering. I felt it was hovering somewhere on the king side.
Well, surely king h2, right?
Yeah.
That was his plan.
I think that's about to appear. By the way, Jan Ludwig, there was also another question. Now I don't see it. Something about how, oh, there, it's protons. How does he change the colors? Speaking of you and your arrows, is the magician going to reveal his tricks?
I am happy to reveal my tricks for you guys. When I just click with the right click, I get red. When I right click and hold down Alt, I get blue. When I right click and hold down Control, I get yellow. And when I right click and hold down Shift, I get green. So it's all about Shift, Control, Alt.
Very good. Absolutely. I think it's really very useful on a serious note when we do commentary to explain some ideas. So you guys, hope you all took note. And we did see king h2 be played by Hikaru. And now, well, we discussed this. Did we discuss d5 in this exact position?
Well, I think we looked at maybe queen d7. And then if Hikaru still wants to insist on playing this g3 move, he needs to retreat his knight. And that may offer an opportunity for black to break forward. So probably Hikaru shouldn't be moving his pieces backwards. And I say that knowing that he kind of voluntarily moved backwards with the bishop earlier. So, yeah, I guess he's trying to entice queen d7, but I'm not sure why. Maybe here, maybe with the queen leaving the protection of the b6 square, maybe there's some, yeah, and also the queen leaves the protection of the a5 pawn. So maybe then Hikaru's thinking he can go knight c4 to attack both the pawn and the square. Ooh, but then the computer says actually black has a great move.
Wow, that sort of came out of nowhere here. Knight takes g2.
So the idea is because the white knight on c4 now is dependent on the bishop to protect it, by sacrificing your knight, the bishop cannot recapture. So you're going to have to recapture with the king. And then the h3 pawn can be captured. But isn't this okay for, like, Hikaru would be up a piece here.
Yeah, let's
why
go
is
further
this
down
not
this
good
line.
for white?
Okay, I mean, this is very tricky to spot from afar. So what's the line? d5?
On to d5. Retreat. I mean, Hikaru's up a knight here. I don't really see why this should
Or
be
yeah, for
huge
2
him.
pawns, but
Computer says take on d4. That doesn't really make sense. Oh, no, it does make sense because you're trying to get the bishop. Ah, that does actually make perfect sense.
it does make perfect sense. Here, black already only has one move to not be lost on the spot, that is to take with the knight. But
Because
how do you
now
meet
if the bishop comes, then you can go f4, and then
that
white
makes
wins
sense. Yeah.
with the extra knight.
So knight takes and
c5, computer is saying.
I think for a
And the
human
bishop
it's
maybe
close
gets
to
trapped.
impossible to
Yeah,
understand.
no, this is not gonna happen. Like this is very unhuman. Like you sacrifice a piece in order to trap the bishop on e3. It's like when you go back, and like, yeah, knight c4 is a mistake because this bishop gets trapped. That's just doesn't make sense. But yeah,
I don't think
okay,
we'll
it
see
does
that
showcase.
happen.
It does showcase that Hikaru now actually has to be quite aware, and that his position is a lot less safe, which is ironic given that he moved his bishop clearly to a defensive position. But because both the queen and bishop is now allowed to point down towards the white king side, Hikaru actually faces bigger threats than if he had, like we talked about, tried to maneuver his knight to f5 to actually kind of stand in the way of black's attacking intentions.
I have to say, much like yesterday, I'm very impressed with Hikaru's opponent's play. Today's opponent is quite, or not significantly, but he is higher rated. He is a full-blown GM. And I always feel with a lot of players, especially from China, I feel we just don't know so many of them. It could be that they're extremely underrated. Sometimes they mostly play in China or in Asia, which means that often we might not be as familiar with them in Europe. What do you think so far? It's still early doors, but what are your thoughts on how he's carried himself for this first hour and a half?
I think he's been okay. I don't think it's been anything special. It's a very tense position. Notice how not a single piece nor pawn has been traded off. So it's really, really tense. And yeah, he hasn't really, I don't know. I don't think he's actually made any like big decisions yet, which would be needed to kind of determine a level.
But I think those decisions, they will come soon. It feels like f6 was sort of the last quiet move that you could make. Maybe queen d7 would still fall into that category. But then at some point, he will have to act, and that will give us a better idea. He's handled his time quite well. Both players have been spending a bit of time, so he's only got, 13 minutes less than Hikaru on the clock. Jan Ludwig, I see. Well, actually, we had a move, so let's take a look at that, and then we'll move on to Magnus's game for a short while. Bishop f7, I talked about queen d7, but bishop f7 is another quiet move. It's one that really surprises me, though, because I like the idea of with the bishop on e6, the queen coming to d7, just keeping that pressure on h3, which always forces white to make sure there are no tricks at any point. But bishop f7, does that mean that Dai is maybe looking to play rook e8, reinforce even further the protection of e5, and he's getting ready to break in the center with d5?
Yes. Yes to the last thing, no to the first thing. The rook wants to stay put. This move is all about giving the knight a chance to bail out. So Dai realizes that in the long term, he's not going to be able to prevent Hikaru from playing g3. So he just allows it to happen. The knight then retreats to the square where the bishop was placed. And now, and this is very important, Black's plan is to trade in the center. So let's make an innocent move on the side. Black wants to trade in the center and then go d5. And you don't want to move your rook into e8, because if Hikaru chooses to push forward, you want to have the option of the rook on what could potentially be an open f file. So I think this is now the strategic plan, just retreating the knight and making the trade in the center, allowing that trade is a bit controversial, right? Because it allows white to have these two pawns without being challenged at all. But it's okay because you challenge immediately afterwards. And this leaves Hikaru in an awkward spot, because how do you deal with the pressure between the pawns? If you move forward, like we saw, the computer reacts very heavily, because once again, this bishop on e3 is actually trapped by the black pawn advancing. And if you instead go for the trade, then black can recapture with the queen, after which black can get a rook together with the queen. You have a bishop, you have a knight. All of black's pieces are pointed in towards this white pawn on d4, a pawn that cannot be protected by other pawns and will therefore be a very long-term weakness for Hikaru to deal with. And if you make like another move and just ignore the situation, there's still the trade between the pawns, which once again opens up for black having this pressure against the d4 pawn. So this position, the Gucci piano, or what was it again?
Gioco
piano. The Italian opening. Normally it's a very slow maneuvering style of play, but now it's really heating up, because now there's threats being made about changing the pawn formation in the center that will be very detrimental long term to the health of white's pawns, and so it needs to be dealt with. And as such, I'm expecting Hikaru to spend a little time here, because black's plan now is actually very straightforward, and Hikaru is the one having to react to these intentions.
I just want to say a big hi. I still cannot type in the chat because I can't log in. And I'm so bad at Irish names. I apologize. I'm not even going to attempt to say your name. I know who you are. So greetings to Big Mass Chess Club from Cork, where I was just this Tuesday night. A lovely bunch of guys and girls. So thank you so much again for the warm welcome. I really appreciated it, and good to see some of you guys in the chat here. I have to say, Jan Ludwig, I don't like the trend of how this game has been going for the last few moves. I remember not so long ago, we were both big fans of Hikaru's position. And suddenly, you know, black has played all these little moves, slowly regrouping, bringing the knight to f4, then creating that backdrop square on e6. Would you say that black is very close here to equalizing completely?
I might even go further. Looking at the computer's evaluations and the plans that exist in the position, I would maybe prefer to be black here. Because I'm in general, I'm but it's about playing style also, right? So I really hate it when you get these pawns that cannot be defended by other pawns. Isolated pawns, worst nightmare. So when I see an opportunity for black to give white such pawns, I just it's just I don't like it. And I'm not sure if Hikaru can really do much to prevent it. Of course, I mean he can trade the pawns, but then the F pawn takes back and you open up for black's rook. You don't want to do that. That's not okay. And you can go, so you can push the knight back and then try and start an attack on the flank and just try and be annoying with this guy on the side of the board, but still making the trade in the center and then black advancing. Like, even though white is doing something on the right flank, I mean, even this bishop is perfectly placed to immediately put pressure in on the white pawn advancing along the side of the board. But that pawn can continue forward, protected by the bishop. And then, wow, look at this computer suggestion. Pawn to F5. Trying to force
I thought the other
Hikaru
suggestion was very reasonable, of playing G6 and just letting the pawn sit on H6, but F5.
Yeah, no, I don't like necessarily having this pawn stay here for the very long term with the king being potentially exposed. So I really kind of like, well, G5 also is interesting because then you kind of block the bishop's protection. But yeah, this is what I'm hoping is going to happen right now, because this would be like just a super tense, unorthodox way of playing for both sides, where it's really anyone's game. Instead, Hikaru has chosen to play A4. So I guess what Hikaru is saying is that if I play G3 now, I'm forcing your knight back to a better square. So I might as well not play G3 because you wanted to go with this knight back to the center anyway.
Okay, but A4 does give black a move, right? A4 is a move that makes sense, grabbing some space on the queen side, stopping black from going B5. But what can black... Okay, can black... I keep looking at the center, which I want to open. Okay, what happens if I play D5? It's always, I find it so tricky on Ludwig. I don't know if you have any advice for me and maybe for people in the chat, but these positions where there is all this tension in the center, I always find very tricky to evaluate, and often I don't know where to start. Do you have any advice for me or for anyone who feels like me in the chat?
No, I'm part of the group myself.
Okay.
It's just, it becomes, well, you have to calculate, but one of the things that's the most difficult in chess is anticipating how the pawn formation is going to change. And being able to kind of understand, well, this change would be good for me, this change is bad for me, and kind of keeping on top of, because very often the pawn formations decide what plans are going to be good. And when there are when there's a position on the board that could turn into many different pawn structures, to use the chess terminology, it becomes a nightmare to calculate, because you can't really stick with the same plans in your calculations. You have to go with a different plan, figure out different plans based on how the pawn structure is doing. Although here, I mean, I guess I often advocate just keeping the tension, but at least this is pretty straightforward for Hikaru in terms of wanting to open up for the rook, putting pressure on the pawn in the center. And when pawn recaptures, black has taken over with these two pawns next to each other, like white had previously, but it's still okay for Hikaru because he's able to capture on e5. That pawn was unprotected. And it's not the end of the story, because after the trade, the queen comes up, and now if the rook moves, the king can be put in check. And apparently here, there's only one acceptable move for Hikaru not to be in big trouble.
I find rook f5 so incredibly tough to find. I mean, at first sight, it looks to me like I'm just losing my rook. I mean, what even happens after g6? Oh.
b6, the rook is trapped, but white is able to escape with the trapped rook because the knight comes in to attack the queen. The knight cannot be captured because then you open up between the queens in the center. And if the queen moves back, now there's an attack on the knight, an attack on the rook. Knight check. King moves. Oh my God.
Okay, this line is insane.
Computer now suggests knight to e8.
Okay, what the hell? Let's first look at... Okay, if black takes the rook on f5, that one we can rule out easily, I think, because queen d4, I think, was mate, no?
Oh, well, I saw a free queen. In general,
I actually
Fiona,
saw this time I saw the mate on g7. I think there was nothing black could do, right?
Okay. Check.
I don't.
Checkmate. I will say, Fiona, in general, you will save a lot of time in your calculations if you just take free queens. But on this occasion, I agree, there was a checkmate.
Yeah, and so, okay, we can easily rule out g takes f5. Now, the bigger question is what happens if black takes on e8? Black can only take with the rook. If black takes with the bishop, of course, the rook on f8 would be hanging. And after that, the bishop on e8. So rook takes, and now what? We're down a whole bunch of material here.
Yeah, but the queen comes in with a double attack on the king and on the knight. The king moves, and then queen takes knight, and then white is up a pawn.
What?
See, chess is easy. Chess is easy. You just find 8 freaky moves in a row, and you get to play an endgame with an extra pawn.
That's nuts.
And here the rook cannot be captured because you're threatening the queen. Wow, that is one of the craziest lines I have seen this year. Okay, it didn't happen though. It would have been really, really, really exciting if it had though. Like pawn to d5. What we just looked at, Fiona, that was forced. Like that could have actually happened.
It was like an 8-move line or something.
But instead, Dai goes bishop b8.
I think it makes sense to not go d5. I mean, figuring out all the intricacies after you give up the pawn on e5, I think, is very tough. And from what we've seen, Dai has been keeping it quite safe until now. Bishop b8 is much like when earlier we saw queen d6, the bishop on a7. I think black is saying your job on a7 was sort of done. White's central control over the d4 square was big. Now I'm going to align my bishop to your king on h2, which will actually make any d5 pushes in the future not only more powerful because the bishop is looking at the king, but also simply because the bishop is an additional defender of the pawn on e5.
Actually, I disagree. I think this was a clear mistake on
Really?
Black's part. Yeah. And I think in particular, Black is going to rue the lack of defense of the b6 square. There are many variations for Hikaru where he could potentially maneuver his knight up to this b6 square. And now that the bishop has left it, yeah, the queen is still protecting, but there's also a white bishop here that could help out. So yeah, I'm not a fan of this move, and I want to say something like we saw this plan earlier: g3 attacking the knight, the knight steps back, and then h4 trying to create that very exciting pawn coming up against the black king. And here, if Black tries to execute the plan we talked about earlier with trade in the center and then giving White an isolated central pawn, playing d5, making sure that these guys will be traded, I feel like something like take and knight c4, and there could be an instance in which this square is an issue. Computer says I'm way off base though. Computer says just
bishop c7 is an easy way to cover the b6 square. Are you not worried about your isolated pawn on d4?
Yeah, I'm super worried. I hate isolated pawns. Very unhappy about this guy. Okay, we might see this though. I mean, maybe Hikaru will execute it better, but
so let's see g3, knight e6, and not h4, but queen c2.
c2.
It's such a waiting game at the moment, I feel. Like both players have been doing so much maneuvering. It feels like they're both building up to something happening in the center at some point. I think it's quite funny that the computer's top suggestions here is another of these prophylactic moves, playing king h8. I think king h8, just making sure that there's never any unpleasant checks along the diagonal. Maybe it's quite difficult to imagine right now, but making sure there's no queen b3 check in the future. When
I don't really see that move happening. I think now it's now or never. I think d5 is going to be played. That had to be the point of moving the bishop back, because we had our super interesting variation, right, with d5, and then what happened was that the bishops got traded, and when the bishops got traded, the rook had open space to attack the e5 pawn, whereas the position we're seeing now, not only can the bishops not get traded, so the bishop will block the rook, in addition, this black bishop also offers extra protection to the e5 pawn. So d5 has to happen now. Like, there's no choice. You have to do it, I think.
And we're back to the age-old question of how to deal with that central tension. You think not touching any of the pawns, just activating the last piece, bringing the rook into the center?
I think that's the point of Hikaru playing the queen up. I think the only point of moving the queen up is having the rook to replace it. So I'm pretty confident that Hikaru would then play rook d1. And this central tension is incredible. And I mean, it might get even worse. So say black moves the queen out of this rook's path. So say the queen doesn't really have a good square.
Yeah. What about c7?
c7, yeah, fair enough.
And
then I was thinking maybe Hikaru can just create even more tension.
In the previous position where we moved the queen, there was no way for black to give white an isolated pawn again, right? If we just rewind to this moment here.
No, I think there is. Like, you could capture, and then when Hikaru recaptures, you could do this kind of thing.
Yeah, but
right?
I was wondering, can white not take on d4 with the knight? Just because, like you, I'm not a big fan of isolated pawns.
Yeah, I was thinking you don't want to trade, but I guess it's fine to trade now that the bishop, because this is what I'm saying. This bishop, that it was a mistake. I'm telling you, Fiona. Bishop back was actually a significant mistake because the lack of pressure you now have towards the center. I was wrong about the b6 square. Okay, I'll hold my hand up and say I was wrong about that. It was not about the b6 square, but it's also about the bishop no longer having influence towards the d4 square. And also the bishop is kind of standing in the way of this rook. It's going to have to move again for the rook to get into the game, whereas Hikaru has his rooks very nice and centralized. Ooh, and with the pawns disappearing in the center, like, look how much better Hikaru's rooks are placed for the tension to be resolved.
Yeah, Ludwig, this position is really, really interesting, but I think we need to take a moment to go and check in with Magnus. I see a lot of comments in the chat saying Magnus might have just blundered. I mean, knight e8, the move I'm seeing, might be not the best move. Certainly doesn't look like a blunder at first sight, but let's check in there. We didn't like Magnus's position already when we left off. I think Alisher Suleimanov had done a great job of taking the game to Magnus, playing in a very aggressive, proactive way. So we left it off here after Magnus castled. Suleimanov, as we expected, played bishop e2, getting ready to castle kingside himself. So that's what we saw. And where did this go wrong for Magnus? Rook c8. Okay, so far everything normal, a lot of maneuvering. Knight e7. Knight e8.
So Magnus didn't want to allow the trade from the bishop on the knight. So when Magnus played this move, knight to e7, we actually talked about this, Fiona. We talked about how, compared to a normal hedgehog, Magnus's placement of the knight was very unfortunate because the knight is blocking the bishop's path. So Magnus tries to address that issue by maneuvering the knight over to the king's side. And here, after knight b5, there's the threat against the pawn on d6, and there's a threat against the knight on f6. However, if I'm Magnus, I'm not too scared about my opponent giving up a bishop for a knight. So why didn't he just complete his plan of going knight g6? Is there some kind of e5?
Okay, let's take a look. e5.
So now if you take on e5, like, it just opens up for all of white's forces.
Yeah.
And black's pieces on the queen side are kind of stuck. So I guess here Magnus has to try and be funky and eliminate the knight.
To be what?
Funky?
Funky, okay.
Is that not maybe not appropriate for this moment? But actually this is quite interesting because then the white pawn takes the knight, but Magnus gets to continue capturing the rook. And for some reason, even though white is down a rook for a bishop, the computer feels this is quite good for white. But I don't think this is what Magnus was afraid of, because it would be very, very often when you're the better player, when you look at variations like this one, you're just going to assume, well, my opponent isn't that good, so he's not going to dare sacrificing a rook in an unclear situation. So I guess Magnus was more afraid of bishop takes knight, and then after the recapture, Magnus has the bishop pair. But maybe he just doesn't like, you should get the queen out of this rook's path. So maybe queen over here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can't go g3. Yeah, I'm not sure. The computer really likes this for white, but I feel like it's not clear that giving up the bishops was actually that good for white.
I still haven't understood why knight e8, which was played in the game, why that was so bad. It looks like Suleimanov has played the best move in response.
Wow. Knight to g. That was a difficult move to find.
I mean, still don't see. I see that there's pieces pointing down at h7. I see that the bishop has opened up, but I still don't fully understand. Okay, what happens if the knight... Oh, I was going to say if the knight gets kicked back, but the knight does not want to go back. It wants to go forward and give itself up.
Well, actually, I don't think that's his intention. That's too computery. I think his intention is just to go e5, because then he's threatening this checkmate on h7. So Magnus will have to take the knight, and then the pawn wins back the knight afterwards. Because here you're attacking the knight has to move, and then you just continue forward, attacking both the rook and the knight has to move. You take the knight, get a new queen, and then actually you can even just continue this and get the rook. It wasn't even that difficult, Fiona.
No. I agree with you that this is probably what Suleimanov has in mind. Can we just see, why is knight takes f7 even so strong? The piece sacrifice.
And Magnus doesn't really have a choice, right? Magnus kind of has to kick this knight back, because otherwise there's going to be this checkmate threat.
What about knight g6?
Yeah, knight g6, I guess, is okay.
I mean, the computer doesn't seem to think it's okay, but at least we're not getting mated immediately.
I think h4 would be the logical response.
Yeah. What a mess this is.
We're not going to discount Magnus just yet, because his opponent has had to spend a lot of time to figure all of this out, and the tactics haven't even started. So Suleimanov is going to be really low on time when he needs to find the decisive breakthrough. So Magnus it's not over just yet, but he's under tremendous pressure and has been. I mean, pretty much since move 8. Like, Magnus has had a bad position throughout the game.
Can we see that line? What happens if Magnus plays h6? Why is knight takes f7 so strong?
I think there's no chance he plays h6, because it makes white's play very straightforward with e5. So I definitely think knight g6 is happening, because it makes it a bit more unclear.
I just thought maybe we'll see some ideas here that might work at some point in the game. So what is the idea? e5. Wow. I am so confused, Jon Ludwig, because
I guess
E5?
maybe it's just queen h7. Like d5 has to be the move, and then queen h7. Wow. It turns out the king actually stuck, and you can't really prevent the
Unbelievable.
rook from getting involved.
That's so beautiful. Queen h7 is quite an unusual pattern, I would say.
Yeah, you're just preventing the king from getting back into its cocoon.
Sorry, I just muted myself for a second to let the dog back into the room. She likes to listen to our commentary while we're at it. She was just having her lunch, but she's back now. So yeah, Queen h7, really quite an unusual motif. And knight g5, Magnus in the tank. We expect knight g6.
Yeah, he has to play knight g6 because otherwise, when you have a bad position, you don't want to give your opponent obvious moves. So here, knight g6, like when you go h6, the opponent is like, okay, I'll go e5 and I'll sacrifice this knight and I'll win back a knight afterwards. Very straightforward, very obvious what you need to do. So in terms of survival, it's better to go for variations that even though the computer says h6 is better than knight g6, you want to go knight g6 because it gives your opponent more choices, which will mean that they are more likely to not play the best move. And it means that they're more likely to spend a lot of time trying to figure out what the best thing is.
Yeah, Magnus is going to be spending some time here. I should have known, Jon Ludwig, that if I was going to mention Luna, people would want to see her. Luna, where are you off to? Where is she up to now? Can you guys see her there? Say hi, Looney. She's not interested right now in saying hi, but I think you could see her behind there. So that's as good as it's going to get for now. Jon Ludwig, should we go back to Hikaru's game?
Yeah, sounds good.
So in Hikaru's game, we thought the action was getting very close to blowing up. And wow, we returned to a question mark move. That's what we like to see. What did we miss here? Not much at all.
No, and I think bishop to b8 was just a big mistake. And Hikaru now has complete control. G3 kicking the knight back is good. And Hikaru no longer has to be concerned about the pressure the knight exerts on the d4 pawn because black also needed the bishop to participate in that pressure. And queen c2 was a really good move from Hikaru, just saying, I'm going to bring all my pieces into the action because I'm expecting there to be this massive tension. And I guess we kind of saw here that we couldn't find anything we were happy with for black because the black queen didn't really have a good square to go to after the expected, massacre of pawns in the center. The queen would be very exposed to the black rooks, to the white rooks. So for that reason, Dai doesn't even dare to push forward in the center. And when Hikaru comes in, he plays queen e7. And his argument is that because he didn't go d5, there's not going to be an opening up for the white rook down towards the black queen. But that means now you're not just... you're never really going to want to go d5 because it would open up for this rook down towards the queen in some circumstances. So I guess black is going to go rook d8 next. And then it's not clear what black is doing. And I think for Hikaru, going like h4 now, trying to create another flank of attack, that seems kind of nice. I'm back on the Hikaru train. I'm really liking his position now.
Yeah, I think h4 is a move that makes a lot of sense. You said, as you mentioned, with the queen now on e7, very unlikely that black is gonna push d5. I am surprised that the computer thinks d5 right now is very strong for white.
Yeah.
You're not
So I
convinced at
guess
first sight?
no, not really. So I guess d5, knight c5. Ah, and computer essentially just says that when we make these trades, we end up in a position where the black bishop is being blocked by her own pawns in multiple areas, and white gets this really nice c4 square. No, I'm convinced. d5 wasn't my first instinct, but having seen what the position could transform into, I am now a massive d5 fan. And in fact, black probably will have to capture this pawn.
And we
And then go
recapture
knight c5 to prevent that favorable trade.
And
Ooh,
here,
and
I know you love the bishop pair, but would you give it up for this beautiful passed pawns and
well,
for some
the thing is, the passed pawn is not that good. This position is all about preventing black from playing f5. If black is allowed to play f5 here, then the 4 versus 3 on the king side would be very scary and create a massive pressure on white's king. So the capture of the knight on c5 it's basically a necessity. If white didn't have this, then white would potentially be in trouble long term. The idea is that after this trade, knight c4, you're threatening d6 with a fork. So black always has to react to that, but then knight to e3, your knight makes it so that you control the f5 square. And yeah, so knight e3, and I guess black would go. I want to go queen. I need to get my knight to e7 in order to go f5. But the queen doesn't have anywhere to go, because if the queen goes back, it actually turns out the queen is trapped.
Oh, it's actually, it was just... Oh my god.
Which is wild. That's pretty much in the center of the board.
Wow.
So yeah, because white manages to prevent f5, white has a great position. But if black, so if white were to allow the pawn to get to f5, say, yeah, I'm not sure what we could do actually to. Okay, say we just played this bishop out here. Oh no, this guy is under attack.
I mean, do you
okay,
not
say
want
we
to
go
play
c4. Yeah, say we go c4 just to protect this guy. Then, okay, then f5 would be okay for black. But f5. Let's just imagine a circumstance where black actually gets f5 without. Okay, yeah, it's very difficult for black to get f5 because of the bishop and queen and all of these pieces pointing in towards it. But if black were to play f5, then black would be much better.
Jan Ludwig, gamer code M1's chess career is on the line here. They are saying, if Magnus loses, I'll quit playing chess. With so much at stake, shall we go back there and see the developments of the last couple of moves?
Okay, what has happened?
Well, Magnus apparently has made some other mistakes according to chat. So we'll just catch up on this. After that, we'll go on a quick break so we don't miss any of the action later on when it heats up. But we left the position here predicting that Magnus was probably going to play knight g6, which is what he did. And after e5...
So e5 is interesting. So he plays e5 just to open up this pressure even so. And if the pawn on e5 is captured, a second queen trap in just a minute, Fiona. The queen on b8 is also trapped because the knight cannot capture the trapping bishop on account of the queen coming in protected by the knight to give checkmate.
By the way, we see there's so much action, but just you can see on the middle board there that Hikaru has indeed played d5, so that is good news. Things are not looking so good for Magnus. I mean,
yeah, so Magnus couldn't capture this pawn. Instead, he tries to go d5, trying to exploit this pressure he has down the c file. And now I guess the question is, what about h4? And computer says h4, bishop e7, and Magnus is, well, he's not fine, but he's not, it's not over.
I'm sorry, I'm shocked that again knight takes f7 is appearing here. Like, what is it that move about? So knight takes? Is it
Knight
again about the
takes.
queen? But I don't see how does the queen get to h7 because knight back to f8 after h5?
Yeah, and here black is up a piece. So here the computer likes black again.
So was there anything better rather than h5?
Well,
here?
computer wanted knight d4, but
Okay.
that's just not going to happen.
No. But wow, I think Suleimanov
I'm
has
guessing
played.
the idea is what?
He has played, I think, what was the best move according to the engine. He's met d5 with queen b3. I think with the idea being the queen swinging over to h3 and renewing the threat on h7 from there.
And now only one move for Magnus. If Magnus captures on c4, then white's play becomes very straightforward. The queen makes the checkmate threat, the pawn has to move, and then the knight can capture on okay, actually this is not so straightforward.
Okay, and why is knight f7 stronger again?
Check. Yeah, this is pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
The rook comes in, the knight comes in, and the king is getting overwhelmed. So Magnus, in my estimation, he only has one choice. He needs to try and eliminate this knight as quickly as possible. So he needs to go bishop e7 here. And then the computer says white should sacrifice the knight.
Okay, let's take a look at it again.
That is the key move. If he finds that, he's gonna win the game.
Okay, so probably, let's see.
Maybe.
If king takes.
If king takes, I think he's sacrificing the rook. Pawn takes on d5.
Oh, wow.
And as black recaptures, you give up the rook to open up for the queen against the king. And if there's a trade in the center, so right now, Magnus is up by a rook. Check on the king. King has to step back. And in general, when you're down a rook, it's like normally you have to find one very precise way of playing. But what's really good for Suleimanov is that even completely inexplicable moves, such as queen to b3, is being given as a winning advantage for white. And I mean, obviously, you can find a better move than queen b3 because you're just moving the queen without purpose.
Yeah, I think eventually it all boils down to the king being
threatening the king.
Yeah.
And there's also pretty straightforward rook e3 trying to bring the rook in, which are quite simple.
This game If after bishop e7, as you say, if Suleimanov finds knight takes knight takes f7, Magnus in huge trouble. I think Magnus is in big trouble anyway. Suleimanov has played such a brilliant game until now. Guys, yeah, there's been a move in Hikaru's game, but I think we'll check in there after the break. We'll keep the board up for you with the camera so you can follow along. We'll be back very soon with the remainder of the action here, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. And Jan Ludwig, you look like you still haven't recovered from the shock of seeing Alisher actually finding knight takes f7. This is absolutely spectacular stuff.
Incredible play by the Kazakh player. Magnus did play bishop e7. We did say that this would be the key move, trying to eliminate the knight as soon as possible. And the knight was eliminated, but the problem is, so was the defenses around the black king. Knight takes f7 played in less than 3 minutes of thinking time, Fiona. He was ready with that. 2 minutes, 36 seconds on sacrificing the knight against the best chess player in the world. Can you imagine his heart rate right now? Magnus recaptures quickly, and then pawn takes on d5, prepares a rook sacrifice. If Magnus now takes back on d5, the rook will come in to eliminate the last defender standing in the way of the queen towards the black king. And
absolutely spectacular
Magnus is going
stuff.
down.
It makes you wonder from where had Suleimanov foreseen knight takes f7, because if you play it so quickly, it's not something you just saw in that moment and then only needed a couple of minutes to figure out. The fact that he played it so quickly indicates this is an idea he had. Was it an idea maybe all the way back when he played knight g5, which was the beginning of things going south for Magnus? And he has been playing this stage of the game perfectly. Knight g5, probably from this moment onwards, ideas of knight takes f7 must have entered his mind, but to find it in such a crucial moment and actually play it, be confident enough to play it is extraordinary, really.
Yeah, fantastic play. And now so computer recommends knight to c7 now for Magnus, but that's not going to happen, because then just takes, right? Takes and pawn to d6.
Wow.
Ooh,
we found one.
There's a trap.
Oh, this is a nasty one.
Ooh, so I thought you could just do this and white would win back the piece with a double attack on the bishop and on the queen. But actually, queen to c2 attacks the queen. And after the trade, black is going to lose their bishop, but white is going to lose a bishop as well. And this actually becomes a winning position for Magnus. Instead, Magnus plays bishop takes d5.
And this is exactly the position we were analyzing earlier, right?
Yeah, no, that's shocking to me. Magnus goes down a line in which white's moves are very easy to play. Obviously, white was going to sacrifice the rook, getting a second brilliant in 3 moves. Remember how Magnus won yesterday, Fiona? Like, he had this crazy sacrifice. He was down a rook, and now he's on the wrong side of it
today. Today he's on the wrong side of this. After rook takes, he has no choice but to capture, which he did. Queen takes d5, king f8, and this is, I think, the exact position we talked about, right? Where even though white is down a rook, white has a choice of winning moves. I think knight d4 is a very logical one. We talked about the king being stuck on f8. I think trying to bring the knight.
No, knight d4 I think is very difficult, Fiona.
Why?
Well, after knight d4, the threat is knight to e6, but then knight c7 both attacks the queen and protects against the
But
e6.
will I not have something with knight c6 here?
Apparently you just win the queen. The queen steps back, checking the king. But the thing is, for a human, when you're down a rook, it's very difficult to allow yourself to consider a move which lets the black king escape into the corner. So here, queen f3 is the best move, but it's very much a computer move, because after king g8, the king kind of gets to run away. And it turns out it's winning because the queen is trapped.
Yeah, when you
but that seems like a bit of a fluke to me.
Yeah, queen b7, let's just show why this is winning. It leads to a discovered check with knight takes e7. And the queen will be unprotected. What happens if black played king e8 rather than king g8 in that line?
Also a good point. But here at least here, the king is not running away. So I think the difficult thing is even considering moving the queen back. But okay, for me, I think the most straightforward is definitely rook e3. I think that it feels like the way to go. And then I guess the question is, what about knight h4? Yeah, but you can just so the thing here is that white's attack is so strong that even though you're down a rook, you don't really mind as long as you manage to capture one of black's knights. So you're willing to play with down a rook for a knight, but you're not willing to play down a rook. Oh my God, Fiona.
Knight d4. Oh, this is insane. Wow.
You know that means he saw queen f3.
Yeah. And I mean, is this just game over?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not game over. Like Magnus can play this. So Magnus can play this. And then Magnus is still up a rook, but white has 2 pawns and a bishop for the rook. And that rook is not leaving a great impression because it's stuck in the corner.
I mean, the fact that the computer gives it a +6 evaluation tells you everything you need to know. I think that king is just too weak. The bishop, it can come to c4 right away, but once it does get on that diagonal, it will do tremendous damage there. Very, very impressive stuff by Suleimanov, who, even though he only has 15 minutes, I mean, he has been blitzing out those winning moves at absolutely impressive pace. Jan Ludwig, this is a spectacular game, but we haven't checked in with Hikaru in a little while. Let's quickly just go and catch up with what's been happening, and then we'll come back to the Magnus game, which, you know, could be over much sooner than we expected and in a much different way than we expected.
Yeah, the good news is Hikaru played this really, really great pawn to d5 move. And yeah, it just leaves black in massive trouble. Dai realized that all these ideas with the knight to c5 just led to unfavorable trades, in which I think the clearest way of showcasing why he couldn't really go down this path would be this variation, where black doesn't get to keep the bishop pair, and where black's bishop is being blocked by her own pawns in multiple areas. And this square on c4, black is unable to have pawns attack that square. So it's just going to be a supreme placement for the knight in the future. So he decided to go knight g5 instead. The advantage of this is that he's been able to open up for the rook along the f file. So black is hoping to create some kind of attack towards the king side. But this bishop Hikaru has is doing a fantastic job of just protecting the pawn, even also contributing a little bit, putting pressure on black's pawn. And Hikaru just plays b5, a very intriguing move, he's just, I mean,
I have to
essentially
say, I
what
did
he's
not.
doing is trying to
Yeah,
get a new queen.
I did not expect play to come from the queen side in this in the near future here. If you play b4, is your idea okay? In the game, black took, but if black hadn't captured, was the idea to go b5 or what was the idea?
Maybe not b5 immediately, because then, so say black plays h6. If you then go b5, black can try and block everything. So that you don't want to do. Instead, I think the idea may have been to then capture on c6 and then play b5. Because if now black tries to block everything, there's the massive difference of the two pawns no longer being on the board, which enables, for instance, bishop c4, getting a favorable trade between the bishops. And let's check in with black's bishop again. It's having a miserable time being blocked by its own pawns in, well, yeah, literally every direction. And after the trade of bishops, the knight would be fantastic. It would be impossible to chase it away. The knight would help the pawn push further on the queen side. Everything is good. So I think that was the idea. Dai, he chose to trade and then move pieces over to the queen side. And Hikaru, very intriguing, very strange, I think, that Hikaru chooses to put his queen on the same diagonal as black's bishop.
Well, let me ask you a question. Yeah. If we rewind just one move after rook c8, wasn't the pawn on c6 hanging? What would happen if I got greedy and took it twice?
Takes. Can we lose this one?
Oh, that's a fair point.
Bishop d8 attacks the queen. This was the problem.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's just it opened up for trades essentially, which is not really something Hikaru is interested in at the moment. And in particular, this bishop on c7 is a disaster now. And Hikaru also is going to get a really nice square for the knight on c4. So I'm guessing Hikaru is going to go a5. Because he wants to stop b5, maybe. Yeah, a5 and knight c4, I would think, is his next two moves. And it's very difficult to see what black is doing in the meantime.
Yeah. I mean,
this has been a really good game from Hikaru.
I agree with you. It's been, I mean, it's felt very boa constrictor-esque. I mean, just slowly. He never took any rash decisions. He just maneuvered his pieces until the time was right. And d5, I think, was that central strike we had been waiting for a while. From one side or the other, Hikaru was first to strike, sensing.
Yeah, I really like the patience of this queen c2 move. I mean, at this point, maybe it was obvious to him. But the way he's just very calmly developing his pieces. And I think this bishop b8 move was really terrible. But it's not at all obvious that it was terrible when it happened. But that's kind of what is so good about Hikaru's play, is how he's made that bishop become the biggest liability in black's position when that bishop was previously facing off with white's bishop. Right now, black could only dream of getting these two traded off. After which, if he could make that happen, let's give black two free moves, right? If we had this position instead, black would be much better, because black would be able to trade off both the bad bishop that was being blocked by the black pawns, but also trade off white's good bishop that's doing a huge job of protecting against the rook on the open file.
Yeah, so things looking good now for Hikaru, I think, as his opponent is still thinking in the current position after queen b3. As you said, not easy to parry those positional threats. I mean, what do you do here as black?
Computer is suggesting knight to f4, which feels like the kind of move you need to make. The idea is that if the knight is captured, it actually turns out that that key defensive white bishop is trapped. And also the king will then have less protection around it. So Hikaru would not be able to capture the knight, but I suspect he would just play a5 and sacrifice a pawn in the center of the board, allowing black to capture this one. So black here is up a pawn, but then there are some I would say maybe like bishop c4. There's some ideas here with, you can imagine that such a position, even though black is up a pawn, black has absolutely no control of the light squares. And this 2 versus 1 situation on the side of the board could be a massive issue long term as the white pawns progress to try and become new queens.
We also haven't addressed the time situation in a while. Dai Changren is now down to under 18 minutes. It's only moved 25, so 16 moves still to make for black. And even looking at the camera, I think we can sense that the nerves are starting to creep in. No nerves in the background. It feels like, is Alisher even alive? Like, I feel that I haven't seen him move. Whenever he's always sitting in the same position, just I think very focused. And yeah, we see as Benjamin Bach, hello, good to see you here, Bach, is reminding us, it looks like Magnus is just lost. Has he made a move? Yeah, he did play. I think you predicted. Did you predict knight f4 here? I think that's what you said. Well,
you kind of had to do it, right? Because we talked about this a little bit yesterday about when you're a strong player, you kind of, sometimes your opponent solves your problems for you. So the move Magnus really wanted to play was knight to c7. But that was a move that it's like, here, Magnus is hoping knight c7 will be a good enough defensive move because he's hoping the opponent will not find knight d4, thinking that knight c7 saves black. But with Suleiman having found knight d4 and this great idea of knight c7, queen f3 back, allowing the king to run into the corner and then trapping the queen on the other side, once he actually goes for that, obviously Magnus is going to see that as well. So Magnus then decides to instead go knight f4, which is the move that both attacks the queen and prevents the white knight from coming in, but unfortunately also then sees the knight stuck as the queen comes in to simply round it up. Magnus runs away with the king, the knight is captured, and white now has 2 pawns and a bishop in return for a rook.
That is, even if you look just point-wise, that is an even material balance, both come up to 5. But I think, as we discussed, one of the problems is that this king on g8 is still far from safe. There is a lot of, I mean, white's bishop here, as soon as the bishop activates, the light squared bishop, that is, I mean, I could see that bishop coming to d3, pointing down. at h7 and the attack continues. I think Magnus just played queen b7 here.
Yeah, but also like all the black pieces, like this bishop doesn't have a single square to move to. Look at like all these squares are being controlled. The knight cannot move forward because here the pawn is taking that under control. This rook is stuck because the other rook is standing in its way. And now after queen b7, I mean, after bishop d3 now, like Magnus is just going to lose the rook in the corner. Like there's no discussion to be had here. That rook in the corner is just going to get lost, right?
If you play rook,
I mean, I guess you could try this, but like that's a rook.
Yeah.
Like so, the complete lack of a light squared control meant that I don't think there was any opportunity in which Magnus could save the rook. Like, could he have played a6 and then rook a7? Would that have kept the rook alive? I guess he could have done this. And then the only problem is he's getting completely annihilated with all the pieces on the king side.
It's only one problem, but it's quite a sizable problem.
Yeah.
In the game, Alisher is still thinking, but bishop d3 looks like such a natural move, no?
I mean, it's just a free rook. Why think about it?
What happens if after bishop d3, rook b8?
Yeah. Okay. That's probably what Magnus is intending. Good call.
Yeah, but plus 12 is not the kind of evaluation you want to see. I mean, it feels like at this point, it's not about regaining some material or getting a material advantage. Plus 12.
I guess let's just play some moves. See if I can mess it up. So queen here, attacking, threatening checkmate. Queen here, checking the king. Queen here, opening up for the bishop. And here the computer suggests bishop d6. And I will say, I do believe I can manage to beat the computer after trading queens and also taking a free bishop while opening up for my bishop. Like, yeah, no, this just, it plays itself as far as I'm concerned. Knight f5 instead. Not sure I'm a fan. Actually, yeah.
I'm so confused. Sorry, I got sidetracked by the chat where Grandmaster Benjamin Brock is saying, I liked Hikaru's position already, but I just realized he's also up a pawn. Am I the one who cannot count? No.
You're going to have to fix your counting skills for tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe that's something you can work on before tomorrow. Also, I don't know, have you been following? I've been quite sidetracked as well by the time zone discussion. I thought I'm not going to get involved. Shaydok was saying, have we been bullied yet for being in the same time zone? I think we can't because we are not actually currently in the same time zone. I am in Ireland, so I'm in, is it British summertime? I guess so. BST for the win. You're in what, CST? So, yeah.
I never write what time zone I'm in. Because when you're in Central Europe, you just assume everyone knows that's what it's all about. No one has ever been in Central Europe and been like, yeah, Central Europe time zone. We don't play that way.
That is fair enough. We've had actually a move, and it wasn't bishop d3, it was knight f5.
b5. Okay, so the intention was to go, there was quite a neat trap here. So after, say, f5, a5, I mean, the intention, I believe, was bishop c4, check on the king, and when the king moves, bishop d5, attacking the queen. The queen can capture the bishop, but then knight takes e7, attacks the queen, and threatens checkmate. and you can't stop both of those threats. The queen can save itself, but the king will die in the corner. So instead, Magnus goes b5 to try and prevent the bishop from getting to the c4 square. But then that pawn just gets captured, and it gets captured instantly.
Oh my
Fiona,
goodness.
this guy, what is... He just took it, and Magnus cannot recapture because then once again the knight comes in for the checkmate together with the queen. So Magnus has to...
I told you at the start, this guy is good. I think one of the reasons that Sulejmanov's rating isn't higher, I think he is stronger than, and he is showing it today, than his rating of 25-12. I think he is, as Zelda in the chat is saying, he's a coach. I think he also went to university for quite a long time. So I don't think he ever devoted himself.
But we cannot talk about this. Moves are coming in, Fiona. The bishop comes, check on the king. The king moves into the corner. And I was going to say, well, now obviously you go e6 to go e7 and open up for the bishop. But no, the guy goes knight h6.
Knight h6, what a move. Threatening mate on f8. What do you do?
And if the bishop moves, then you can probably bring the queen in for the smothered mate. That would be kind of nice.
Oh my god, if the game ends like this, what is this, game of the year?
Oh no, it's over. It's over. Magnus resigns.
Wow. Wow. I mean, that was an insane game we just saw, because Magnus, I mean, it was discussed earlier in the chat. I don't know when is the last time Magnus lost to a 2500 player. And especially
I was there.
Not who? When
sure.
was it?
Pelletier.
Oh, in
Iceland,
Reykjavik.
2015.
Yeah. I mean,
I
Magnus
sat next to him. I was so pissed.
He lost a couple of... That was not Magnus's best tournament, especially, I think, the first half.
I made 2,700 that tournament, I think.
Different fortunes for the
No, I remember it very well.
I mean, that's
sitting next to Magnus, and to be fair, he has sat next to me in some team events, shaking his head, justifiably. But that tournament, yeah. No, he lost against Pelletier. Maybe he lost more against 2500s, but I mean, against Pelletier, he was just slightly better in an endgame and blundered a piece out of nowhere. But this game is something else, right? One thing is getting a lucky win, but Sulejmanov destroyed Magnus. Like it was such a good game, and it had everything. It had, you know, ambition in the opening. It had sacrifices. Yeah, it just, and never mind, who cares about the guy's rating? When is the last time we've seen Magnus getting blown off the board?
It doesn't happen very often. I was going to make that argument that very often when we see Magnus lose, especially against lower rated players, it is after a blunder or a big mistake. But here, as you said, it was all Sulejmanov. He really took the game to Magnus, and this is something we discuss so often. I think it's such a good strategy when you're the lower rated player not to play too respectfully, but to ask your opponent some question. But I think it's something that's so much easier said than done. So really all credit to Sulejmanov, who put the theory into practice. And I don't even know, Jan Ludwig, if you can pinpoint the moment where Magnus's fate was sealed.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's this knight to e7 move. But like the way he exploited it after was he played perfectly.
Yeah.
But knight e7 was a kind of, it was born out of Magnus getting a bad version of the hedgehog. We talked about this, how this knight is being blocked by the bishop, and the knight would much rather want to be on the d7 square. where it would also protect its buddy on f6. So part of the problem here was just the opening. Magnus had a bad opening and never recovered.
And yeah, the way that Suleimanov played when he was given a chance to go on the attack, I think starting from that knight g5 moment, when surely that's when some ideas of sacrificing on f7 started appearing in Alisher's mind. And from here on out, I think his play was just perfect.
Yeah, no, literally perfect. Like top choice. Every move.
I see the chat wanted to know what his accuracy was.
Well, not top choice here, but at this point, like everything was good.
Yeah.
Top choice when it mattered.
Absolutely.
Accuracy, I feel like I've seen accuracy. Here it is. 96.8.
Which is pretty damn good.
Yeah, but it's not perfect. But it's I don't really understand these accuracy scores. To me, he played a perfect game. There's not a flaw in anything he did. Like,
yeah, I think the accuracy
I don't see any reason to deduct him any points for this game. This was just fantastic.
What a game this was.
And also, like, he was so low on time, Fiona.
Yeah.
Like, look here. When he plays knight to g5, he had 26 minutes left here. And this is kind of when the action starts. And then as these sacrifices come in, like by the point he had sacrificed his rook and had a completely winning position, he only had 9 minutes less than he did when this whole thing started. He was really good. He spent a lot of time in the opening, but when the action started happening, he was so good with his time management. So many people would be nervous and double checking and being scared to sacrifice first the knight and then the rook. But he really good game.
Someone's asking, what does Luna think about this game? She's not too impressed. She's just sleeping. She'll have to watch the replay of the action later on. And actually it's happening elsewhere, Jan Ludwig. Let's go back to Hikaru's game where it looks like he is making progress.
And he didn't even have to sacrifice a pawn, which is what I was looking at. So knight f4 definitely would have been a better attempt from Dai, simply trying to create some threats on Hikaru. And when you just go h6 instead, it's much easier for Hikaru to just consolidate the advantage he has with the advancing pawns, both in the center and on the queen side of the board. Bishop c4, good move. Just reinforcing that central pawn and potentially trading off Black's good bishop. We call it a good bishop because most of Black's pawns are on the dark squares, and that means you're very dependent on the light squared bishop to control the squares the dark squared pawns cannot. So a bishop trade there would probably be favorable, but you want to do it in the right way. If Hikaru is the one to go for the bishop trade, then that would allow this black pawn to get very important control of the central d5 square. And Hikaru says, I would like to trade bishops, but I would like it to happen on my terms. And that's precisely what happens. Bishop pawn takes on d5, Hikaru recaptures with the bishop. And now this pawn, yes, it's controlling a light square, but it's controlling a less important square than the one it would have been controlling if it had been allowed to capture its way forward. And yeah, we can see the computer evaluation. Hikaru has a winning position, and it's not even that difficult.
You say it's not even that difficult. You mean the conversion?
Yeah.
So how do you go on about this? How do you
Well, there's a couple of tempting options. I want to go a5. I wanted to do that previously as well. But there's also rook to c3, trying to double the rooks on the c file. I'm going to start with a5 since that was my instinct. The problem with this a5 move is that after knight f6, the knight threatens to capture our bishop. So now we're going to have to make the trade. But that isn't really a problem, though, because that was a trade we were kind of eager to have anyway. After queen takes back, if we now trade queens, we allow the king to get a pretty nice square into the center of the board. So maybe queen d3. But then computer says d5 is okay for black. Okay, maybe it's I may have exaggerated how easy it was, but okay, let's see a good move here from Hikaru. Queen d3 is being suggested by the computer, and it makes a lot of sense because then you're threatening bishop takes b7. So you're trying to provoke black into making the bishop trade, because if you don't make the bishop trade, then you're gonna, well, first you're gonna lose this pawn, but then you're also gonna lose some rooks. And in fact, that move is what Hikaru did. Now black is gonna have to trade the bishops, but then Hikaru recaptures with his queen, checking the king while also attacking the pawn on b7. The queen will come into cover. And then the question becomes, can Hikaru capture the b pawn? Will his queen get stuck? And the answer is no. I mean, the queen gets out, no problem. See, it wasn't even that difficult. Hikaru goes from having 2 pawns against 1 to having 2 against 0. And then these guys are just going to be making their way up the board. Instead of making that trade, allowing the double attack, Dai goes for bishop b6. And now if we capture on b7, there's a trade between the rooks. And then this rook on the side actually gets out and captures one of the pawns we wanted to get forward to become a new queen.
Yeah, so wait, let's go back. That's not the way to go.
Oh, wow. Wow, I just realized what the computer was suggesting. Oh, no, and Hikaru plays a red move. Oh, no, it's okay.
It's just a miss. It's not a mistake. Let's show the move that the computer was showing, because
it was crazy good. So here Hikaru could have traded between the rooks and then played knight c4. The idea being that after the trade between the bishops, white would not recapture the bishop, although that would also be very good. Then knight takes d6, attacking the rook, attacking the bishop, and you still have this bishop under pressure. And if the knight is captured, then bishop takes bishop. That's a check on the king and opening up between the queens. And then after takes, there's still threats against 2 pieces at once.
Wow, what a move this would have been. But knight c4, huh?
That knight takes d6 was just sick.
I think a very difficult move to spot from a distance. So instead, Hikaru playing the more human knight c4. And if, like us, you see the red color, I think there is no need to panic. I think knight c2 was the second best move after the stunning idea of taking, followed by this knight c4, knight d6. And black now took on e3. So those bishops are off. But Hikaru is claiming there is a very tasty outpost for his knight on f5.
Yeah, it's difficult to disagree with him. I think the reason he missed the knight takes d6 move is simply because he was moving so quickly, because he was so happy with his position. Like, this wouldn't have happened if he didn't think he was still going to be winning after what he did.
Yeah.
And now rook takes c1 gets a question mark. As now, once again, Hikaru can make an in-between move. Wow.
So let's
Knight
take a look at that.
f5?
Knight f5, queen moves.
Well, queen doesn't move. I mean, if queen moves, obviously this is going to be good for white. But
Okay,
what
and if you
about
take?
rook takes rook?
Take on e7, king f8. And the knight just, I guess, jumps back, and the argument is the king is too weak, or what? How do you defend the pawn on d6? How do you stop the queen from coming in?
Hikaru's going to find this.
Yeah.
So in general, two rooks have very often been considered of same value as the queen. But I think in the last couple of years, it has turned out that we're underestimating the queen's ability to attack the king. And I think very many situations where we would previously be like, oh yeah, two rooks for a queen, that's nice. I think more often the last couple of years we're going, yeah, two rooks, but it's more difficult to coordinate the two rooks. And the queen is quite good at attacking the king.
And I mean, in that line we were just looking at, if we return to the first time white played knight f5, which Hikaru can do right now, there's just nothing, right?
Well, just the fact
black.
that Hikaru hasn't moved, right?
Mm.
Hikaru is intently looking at the board after his opponent just took his rook. So obviously Hikaru's going to play knight f5, because if he hadn't seen that move, he would have already recaptured. And there we go.
And it looked to me like he was reaching, and there he goes. Knight f5 is on the board. And well, this is a position where I said it just looks like there is nothing. We saw that the problem is if black captures on e1, the black king is just going to be too much out of the open. The knight will return to the outpost. So what if queen f8? I guess we now do simply recapture on c1.
A big threat here with this rook trying to get to the c7 square.
Yeah, also the pawn on d6 is so weak. Very difficult to
good
suggest.
About black's position? You can capture a pawn. I feel like that's the best news.
Let's take a look at that.
Well, actually, you can capture a pawn because then there's a double attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's over.
This very much feels like game over, with Hikaru just double checking on the ceiling that all his calculations were correct. But yeah, this one seems like we're very close to the end. Under 8 minutes now for Dai Changguan. I was talking about a break early on, but now feels like not the right time maybe to go.
Definitely not the right time, no.
Do you think we might see even a resignation soon? Surely not.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I'm looking at Twitter right now. I'm trying to see if there's any. Are people publishing interviews with this your Kazakh friend? I think that's what everyone's going to be talking about today.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine he will be interviewed after what. Even though I said, I'm not too familiar with his games or his style, I'm fairly certain that today is the best game and the most memorable game he ever played in his life. And it's going to be very, very challenging to top that going forward.
Yeah, I actually, it was just a game on chess.com, but I managed to en passant checkmate Magnus earlier this year.
I know that very well because that is a game that I do some of the daily puzzles on chess.com, and I think for en passant, National En Passant Day or International En Passant Day, I explained that puzzle. So for people who haven't seen that, that was pretty damn spectacular.
But yeah, I was going to make the point that I made the joke that I should just retire now because I'm never going to be able to top this. And Suleimanov is still a young man. So it's a bit early for him. But the truth of the matter is, no matter how good he becomes, like even if he becomes a top 40 player in the world, he's never going to be able to top this moment. It's kind of sad in some
It's kind
way.
of sad, actually. You have peaked now. Good luck coming up with any further goals.
You completely destroyed a game that will be Magnus in a game that's going to be remembered for ages. So yes, congratulations, but also you have peaked.
Meanwhile, we've seen
he's so young. Wait, Fiona, how young is he?
He's not even that young. I was literally just looking it up. He is 23. Obviously, he's not old, but he's not a kid. And as I was saying, as far as I know, he is not a full-time player. When I met him, he was in uni studying something, I think, completely unrelated to chess. He is also a coach. So I don't think that he is even a full-time professional player. So he must be absolutely... I mean, I can't even begin to imagine how he's feeling right now. It's just, I really feel like, I agree with what you're saying. Days like this in a chess career, they come along maybe once in a lifetime. Of course, I hope for him he will have further successes like this one. But it's not just, and that's another point you made, it's not just that he beat Magnus, but the way and the style in which he did it was just, if you saw the game, and somebody told you that was Magnus on the white side against someone, you'd think, yeah, okay. But if you told someone that was Magnus on the black side against a 2500 rated GM, I think people would be in absolute shock.
And also, this game reminds me so much of Magnus's game yesterday. The parallel is kind of stunning in terms of mad attacking chess, sacrificing a rook, and sacrificing first a knight and then a rook, which is precisely what Magnus did as well. So yeah, I think that, I don't know, maybe that's
wow. By the way, we need to bring up Magnus's tweet. I was oh no, that's not no, it is Magnus. It's so confusing these days because there is this real Magnus account and then there's the parody account. But yeah, Magnus with some, well, I don't think as accusations. Let's bring it up on the screen and then we can discuss. So Magnus's tweet, and I think it will be up in a second. He's saying it's a two-part tweet. He is saying, I was completely crushed in my game today. This is not to accuse my opponent of anything, who played an amazing game and deserved to win. But honestly, as soon as I saw my opponent was wearing a watch early in the game, I lost my ability to concentrate. Obviously, I obviously take responsibility for my inability to deal with those vods properly, but it's also incredibly frustrating to see organizers still not taking anti-cheating seriously at all. No transmission delay, spectators walking around the playing hall with smartphones. And yeah, that is the tweet. Thoughts, Jan Ludwig?
Magnus is not used to playing open events, huh? I mean, this is the daily life of grandmasters who are not treated to the standard of the top level guys. So I think it's normal for Magnus to kind of not be and entirely used to. But yeah, at the same time,
I don't know actually the watches thing. In FIDE allow events, obviously watches are not allowed, but I don't know. Is that a rule?
well, is he saying it's a watch or like a digital watch? Because I mean, I would be amazed if they allow digital watches, but like a watch in itself, like what's that gonna do?
Yeah.
I'm also
I
not a
don't
big
know.
fan of the transmission delay. I think the transmission delay massively ruins the chess product in return for very little anti-cheating protection.
I'm completely with you on that, actually. I've never been a big fan
So I'm
of.
surprised Magnus is kind of bringing up the transmission delay. I guess he values it. Spectators walking around the playing hall with smartphones is not okay. A watch, I think, is okay. A smartwatch, I think, is not okay.
I mean, FIDE
But,
does not allow any kind of watches in the Olympiads, in any FIDE
but why?
events.
Why?
I mean, the same way they don't allow a pen, it's also like, why, right? I guess it can
Yeah.
be a transmitter device of some kind. I think when the rule was
Oh,
first
it can
introduced,
like vibrate on your hand.
I guess so.
But I mean, the thing is, I mean, if you want to cheat, you'll always find a way to make it happen. So you want to kind of, that's why a lot of the anti-cheating, there needs to be like, it needs to have a lot of focus on punishment and burden of proof and stuff like that, as opposed to trying
I
to
have to say,
prevent.
I don't know how I feel about the tweet, because I think if early on in the game you feel like, oh, he's wearing a watch, this is distracting me, then I think just you have to then just report it immediately and see if they are using FIDE regulations, the guy will have to take it off, might even get defaulted for all we know. But it does feel a bit, especially knowing Alisher, I don't know him so well, but he's such a humble, nice guy. I mean, I would be shocked really if he was cheating. And as per the tweet, Magnus himself is not insinuating any foul play, but
Isn't he though? Insinuating? He's saying he's not accusing, but to some degree he is kind of saying this was not okay. I mean, he's definitely bringing up the topic.
I think my problem lies if he's saying I'm not accusing the guy, then it's something that you should take up with the tournament organizer. If it was a regular watch and he was allowed to wear it, I feel with one tweet to ruin, you know, everything this guy just showed over the board today. And there is absolutely no doubt that when you post a tweet like this, people will go after Alisher. There are going to be so many cheating accusations now. So I think
Magnus in general has a very, very poor understanding of the power he wields. Or at least he's willfully ignorant of it. I was also very unhappy with when he accused Hans of cheating. That it's like, yeah, he just by it's like this when you have a really big following. I'm also, oh God, I'm gonna get in trouble now. But also like Levy. When you have such a big following as Levy has, I think you have like a huge responsibility that you didn't ask for, but you actually need to be a role model, not because you asked to be a role model, but because you have such a big following. Mm-hmm. I think Levy is the most amazing chess YouTuber there is. But when I'm watching Levy on Twitch, and the only thing he does is just insult his opponents over and over and over, and that's his content. I personally, I feel like that's going against kind of the role model responsibility you have, because it creates kind of this toxic environment. And I don't understand why he's doing it, because his YouTube content, his prepared content is so amazing. Why can't he do kind of similar stuff like that on Twitch? And similarly, I think Magnus doesn't, well, maybe he does understand, but he's not taking it seriously enough that anytime he brings up kind of the word cheating, that will be interpreted by millions of people online, whether or not that's how he intended it or not.
Yeah, I think at the very least, I mean, I'm shocked at how quickly this tweet came. Clearly, this is something he wanted to get off his chest as soon as possible. I think it's a tweet that, you know, maybe sit on it for half an hour. There will be no harm done if after half an hour you still feel like this is what I want to say. But yeah, we'll see how this one plays out. I saw in the chat a comment saying that from Chessbase India's footage, you could see that it was a regular watch, not a smartwatch. So yeah, we'll see.
It was a regular watch?
Huh? That's what I read in the... Yeah, it was a regular. I mean, I would be shocked if... I think if it was a smartwatch, Magnus would have made...
I mean, if it was a smartwatch, the guy would probably be forfeited, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think, okay, as I said, maybe Alisher is not a full-time professional player, but he knows the chess world well enough to know he can't show up to the game with a smartwatch. So yeah,
I don't understand the problem with the watch. I mean, I guess if the organizers specifically say you can't do it, I'm not going to do it. I wasn't bringing my own pens in the Olympiad because those were forbidden, but like, I don't really see. I feel like if people want to cheat, like you can stop pens and watches and whatnot, but the way I understand it, these things are now so good and weird that you can like have like these devices can be so small that any measure you take trying to prevent these devices is not really going to work. You have to work through, you know, attitudes and punishments. And I'm not sure kind of the equipment part of it is the best way of stopping cheating in chess.
No. Yeah.
And of course, it doesn't help that everyone is paranoid nowadays. But that paranoia is kind of, Magnus started it, publicly at least.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what the fallout from this tweet is going to be. I do feel a little bit sad. I'm not going to hide it, for Alisher. We were talking about this is the game of his life. And if the regulations allow him to wear a watch, which I'm pretty sure they do, because he strikes me as the kind of guy who would double check. He's played the Olympiad. He knows that watches are not allowed there. So I think if you have a problem with him wearing one, either bring it up at the start of the game or bring the problem up with the organizer. But to start what I think will turn into some kind of witch hunt, it's just ugly. I also think it's very ugly because Alisher, if he didn't cheat, which I am fairly as certain as I can be that he didn't, you're also ruining kind of the rest for the tournament for him, or you're making it a lot more difficult for him to play because you know that after this tweet, there's going to be so many pairs.
Yeah, but also how does Magnus come back from this, right? How does he continue the tournament when he feels like he may have gotten cheated? And he also lost in round 2. He still needs to play 7 more rounds. And for Magnus, winning is the only acceptable thing. And now his chances of winning the tournament are going to be very, very slim. I mean, I don't fault him for having these thoughts, but there are better outlets.
Yeah.
And like you said, right? If you don't like it, ask the guy to take it off. He probably would have. That's the funny
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, we'll
Magnus,
see.
he doesn't want to be like, oh God, dude, I think maybe you have the potential of being a cheater. Please take off your watch. But it wouldn't kind of come across that way. Magnus could
Well,
be
I
like,
think,
I'm so concerned about cheating in chess.
yeah.
This watch is making me uncomfortable. Could you take it off? And the guy would be like, sure.
I also think if the regulations don't ban watches, then maybe you just can't do anything. Then you have to fight the
No, but the
regulations
guy would have
later on.
complied. That's the thing. I mean,
Yeah,
if
but
the
the
guy
problem is
refuses, then I'm
if
going
you
to be
ask him,
suspicious as well.
but my point is if you ask him to take it off, no matter how politely you do it, it's kind of like, well, I'm suspicious of you wearing this. So, I think to
I
have
don't know.
this
I think you can get
discussion.
away with it in
Yeah,
terms of
yeah.
just added focus on anti-cheating.
Mm,
I'm not accusing you of anything. I mean,
yeah,
literally the tweet he made. I'm not
yeah.
accusing you of anything, but it's making me a bit uncomfortable. And for
Mm.
both our sakes, for just, removal of any doubt.
I see in the chat someone saying no one cares about the watch. Well, clearly Magnus does, which is why we're here having this discussion. In the first place, yeah, I'm very curious to see what's gonna happen, what the fallout from this will be. How is the tournament going to continue for
Magnus's
Magnus?
mental state right now has got to be absolutely shattered.
Yeah.
I don't, I understand kind of, I don't like the way he forfeited the St. Louis tournament and just, he decided not to tell anyone that he was forfeiting and just didn't show up against Mamadiyarov. It was very disrespectful. But it makes sense that he couldn't continue the tournament given what his mental state was at the moment, at that time. And when that creeps in on you, it's, yeah, I'm just,
Do you think he
I'm
might?
wondering how Magnus can play tomorrow.
So you're saying you think there's a chance he might consider dropping out, or?
I mean, not even consider. I think there's a significant chance he kind of has to drop out. I don't know.
It is. I mean, I'm still. What shocks me the most is that he didn't wait a little bit after the game ended to just think it through.
Yeah, but it would be worse if he waited, right? Because right now, this is a very emotional response to being completely destroyed. But if you wait and make the tweet, then you're willfully kind of creating trouble.
Mm.
Here, he could be kind of excused in terms of, he's so devastated. And he said something like, if he makes a proper apology, if he makes an apology and says, I was in a bad mental state, but I realized I shouldn't have, then that would be completely fine. Whereas if you do it after having thought about it, I don't know. Somehow I feel like that's worse. Hikaru is completely winning, by the way, if anyone's in doubt. I think people are enjoying the chess politics discussion.
Just look at Hikaru, blissfully unaware of all the drama that awaits him. As soon as his game ends, and he will be informed of the latest drama. I mean, it's crazy. These days, how long can we go in the chess world without new drama? It feels like a few days,
2 weeks,
maybe?
max.
Okay, let's go back a few moves here and catch up on Hikaru's position.
So we had this knight f5 move, which was really good, getting the knight into position and then threatening the rook coming into c7 afterwards. And also, at any time there's a trade between the bishops, this will allow the queen to come in and attack both the pawn on b7 and the king. So knight f6 was played, but that still loses the pawn. And now black cannot capture the pawn on a4 in return because the bishop also enables the rook to come in, attacking both the king and queen. So the rook had to come into the center. Hikaru moves his rook up. King, yeah, so if pawn to d5, there was knight check, which both is a check and attacks the pawn in the center. So the king moves away. Hikaru moves his queen back, and his intention was that when black tries to open up, trying to get his rook up into an attacking position, Hikaru just goes for the queen trade. And now the queen trade cannot be avoided. And after the queen trade, there's just going to be a clear path for this A pawn to become a new queen and win the game. Knight takes e4 was played. Hikaru will trade the queens and then go a5. Yeah,
I mean,
something like this.
How do you stop? The computer is saying bishop e6 to attack the knight.
Well, it might be better to play f3 first to attack the knight and then go a5, because there were some variations in which the rook could get involved.
And we've seen Hikaru indeed capture a take on f8, so the queens are now off the board. And he threw in another move before playing a5, that's knight e7.
So Hikaru wanted to move the knight out of the way so that he's able to prevent the rook from coming into an attack. So now say if bishop e8, opening up for the rook, then Hikaru will actually be able to go bishop takes d5, which both takes out one of black's pawns, but also puts pressure on the knight, which is important because after the rook comes in, that knight is needed to protect the rook. And yeah, well, now it's going to get captured by the bishop.
Yeah, and that will be the end. So for you guys, I don't think you can see the move number on the screen, or can you know? It's move 13-9, so 2 moves to go for Dai Changren, but the time isn't a problem. I think the position is, and somebody did paste or someone in the chat did inform us that the tournament regulations say that you cannot, where was it? The regulations say that you cannot bring a mobile phone or other electronic devices, but it doesn't say anything about a regular watch. So to me, it looks like nothing that was against the regulations happened in that game. So knight takes f2, and Jon Ludwig, the last move before the time control, what is it going to be?
Well, Hikaru has quite a bit of time. I mean, if I was him, okay, he's just going to move. Well, taking a pawn feels fair. Like these pawns were trying to become new queens. So by taking it, you're making sure that doesn't happen. Also, actually, maybe black cannot recapture because then you have this check and you take out the rook. And the importance of the rook is that the rook was the only piece that could threaten the king. And so even though black has 2 pieces for a rook, which is generally considered okay, the key here for Hikaru is preventing counterplay. And here, as long as he gets the time he needs to have both of these pawns working up the board together, then that's going to be plenty to win the game. So bishop takes d5, not really an option. So I guess, yeah, e4. Yeah, no, this game is going to be over very soon. Like e4, you can maybe even just take and give a check. No?
Yeah, why is that not more convincing?
In what universe is this a draw? It's not a draw. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like the computer on chess.com is not as good as it used to be. They got too many members, too many people running the computers. I don't know. Oh, and he blunders. Bishop takes d5 is played, and now knight g6 is a GG's, and Hikaru gives a little grimace there to indicate he was surprised by that move, and he's now gonna choose not to take a free bishop and instead take the rook, even though that loses Hikaru and knight. So generally, getting a rook for a knight instead of a free bishop is a very, very bad deal. But the thing here is that the rook is the only piece that can threaten the white king. And as long as the white king doesn't get any threats against it, these two pawns working together to become new queens is just gonna, run the board.
And there it
And
is, knight g6 has been played, and I think we will see a resignation here quite short. By the way, it looks like Magnus is not the only player that will be shocked today. Max Zudlu is also completely losing on board 6. We can check that out in a little bit. I think at this point, we'll wait here for this game to be over. After that, we'll take a quick break as well, because it's been a little while. So rook c5, another fast move. Hikaru is even maybe just looking to take on e5 to stop the black king from approaching. And eventually he will start pushing those A and B pawns. What do you want to do, Jan Lidwig? Do we stick around? Do we take a break now and think this will still be here in a few minutes, or we wait until the end?
I'm not sure about Hikaru's latest move. I guess he wanted to prevent the black pawn in the center from trying to become a new queen, and based on the computer eval, he made a decent decision on that. And now that black pawn is getting eliminated, so the idea here is after bishop b3. I thought the idea was to capture the pawn, because after bishop takes pawn, you have this double attack against the king and against the knight. But actually, after knight d3, black is threatening 3 things at once. And this is actually, here there's hope for salvation, for saving it.
But rook e3?
Rook e3, good point. Bishop c2.
Yeah, and I thought I could just push now. Why is
b5,
that?
and then you take this one and you give up the knight.
And without that b pawn, it's not so easy. Wow.
Yeah, that's very clever. Okay, I think there's still some tricks that need to be considered. So I think it's safe taking a break now, and I think we will still catch the end of the game.
Okay, so we'll see you guys in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to our coverage of round 2 of the Qatar Masters. As you can see, Hikaru is still playing. Not much has happened since we left Jan Ludwig after rook c5. The bishop dropped back to e6 and Hikaru captured the pawn on e5. The end is near.
Yeah, it is. I assume the idea of moving the bishop here was to enable the king moving over to the queen side. It's the only way it makes sense for me to move the bishop to a square where it was going to be attacked next move anyway. But I can see from the computer evaluation that Hikaru now has the opportunity to sacrifice his rook, pawn to a5. In general, when advancing pawns, advance the pawn furthest away from the opponent's king. And here, after knight d3, attacking both the rook and the pawn on b4, Hikaru can here sacrifice his rook for the bishop, then advance the pawn. And there's no way for this knight to make it to the a8 square in time to stop that pawn from queening. And Hikaru indeed has played a5. And knight d3, rook takes e6, resignation. Those are going to be the two final moves of the game.
I am with you. Let's see if our prediction holds true. With Hikaru continuing his perfect start, another player, if you were not here before the break, if you just tuned in, Magnus Carlsen today lost in a spectacular fashion against Alisher Suleimanov from Kazakhstan. He did tweet afterwards saying that he was distracted by his opponent wearing a watch. We are just going actually to behind the scene. We are just looking into the regulations, which actually say that fair play measures will be taken according to the FIDE anti-cheating regulations, which I'm very curious what that means, because according to FIDE, that means no watches. It also says random check of players may be carried out before and after every game. I think that kind of stuff is quite normal these days. So, very interesting stuff. I mean, if he wasn't allowed to wear a watch, then why wasn't anything done about it? Okay, anyway, the game has ended after a5. We called resignation for one move later, but Dai Chengren had seen enough. So Hikaru off to a great start here, 2 out of 2. And yeah, Jan Ludwig, your thoughts either on the watch situation or on Hikaru's game?
I think Hikaru first. Hikaru played a good game. I think he got a really nice opening, and completed it in good fashion. Not really what I. So when I was a kid, Hikaru was this incredible attacking player, just kind of like Magnus did yesterday and Suleimani did today, in just wiping the opponents off the board with some stunning attacking chess. But I feel like
Suleimani is, I think, another up and coming player.
I think part of what Hikaru shows today is how he's managed to become so universal, and that he can play these attacking games he did in his youth. That's kind of what he tried to do yesterday. But then he also has this this is the kind of game I'm very fond of. Just strategic outmaneuvering, better understanding of pawn structures than your opponent. And so I feel like Hikaru is, in his first 2 games now, he's going to lead the tournament. He's going to be a point ahead of Magnus. And he's also just playing good chess and showing that he masters all styles of chess at this stage.
Yeah, a great day for Hikaru. Some of the other favorites, maybe we can go there actually, and we can wait to discuss the Magnus drama when Hikaru joins us. Let's go to board 6, where International Master Muhyiddin Madaminov from Uzbekistan is on the verge of taking down Parham Maghsoodloo.
Wow, that would be a big win, but he's not there yet. Both players very low on time. Wait, move 54? How are they this low on time on move 54?
Maybe they never let the clock run down to 0. That's why the half hour hasn't been added. Could that be?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so queen endgames are really tough because you're gonna have to try and win this game while your opponent just has the ability to check your king from so many different directions. So even though the computer says, "Oh, this is obviously winning for white," I wouldn't count Maghsoodloo off just yet, because making sure to keep your king safe is rather tricky.
Yeah, we'll see this one. We suspect the players haven't received their additional half hour yet, so this is going to go on a long time. And Jan Ludwig, actually at the bottom of the screen, we've had Mr. Manbanovic's game up for a while. So Alex Ostrovsky, let me just find... Oh, you found him already. Let's go there. And that game actually has ended in a draw, which is, I'm sure, a great result that Alex will be happy with.
Yeah, Emre Can, not the soccer player, the chess player. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's pretty funny. He's actually born 90, just like me and Magnus and Sergey and Jan and Dmitry. Like, there's so many good chess players born 1990, and Emre Can is one of them. And he showcases here. Well, I guess it showcases that opens are tough, and even when you're a 200-point rating favorite, it's difficult to win with well, especially when you have the black pieces.
Absolutely. So very solid game by Alex Ostrovsky. Let's see what else is still going in the top 10. Anish Giri is pressing on board 3 with the black pieces. Let's check in there.
Yeah, this looks very good for Anish because the white king is in massive trouble. The black queen trying to infiltrate to either the e3 or the f4 square. But on the other hand, white also has this pawn 3 steps away from becoming a queen.
I guess that queen e3 right now is a threat you need to deal with, because then the next move, the bishop would fall with a check. I don't think you can afford.
Sure. So you cannot push the pawn. That would allow the queen to force the king back away from the defense of the bishop. So you're gonna have to either defend the bishop or defend the check. And if you defend the bishop, I have some bad news for you. The king is actually checkmated, as one of the king's few escape squares got covered by the queen trying to help in defense. So you're probably going to have to go all the way back to e1. And then I guess black should try and get a new queen on the edge. I mean, it feels very good for Anish, but still a bit left to play.
Elsewhere in the top 10, the only game we haven't checked in yet that's still going on is board 8, Sindarov against Norgerbeck. Sindarov, one of the stars of the Uzbeki team, which won the Olympiad last year. And he is going full speed for that 2700 rating. He looks like he's headed for a perfect start here as well. And again, we see a big pass pawn on the A file.
Yeah, and that pawn just got working, but it has waited the appropriate amount of time. It waited for the right moment to strike, and this is said moment. And once it starts running, it will continue running until it is stopped. And, well, frankly, it cannot be stopped long term, which is Black's issue. If you try to move the bishop back to block the pawn, then first we will move the pawn as far up as we can. And then we have our own bishop being able to challenge Black's trading off the bishops in order to give the pawn that space it needs to step forward and become a new queen.
Absolutely. So Sindarov probably going to join the pack on a perfect 2 out of 2. Some of the results, Abdusattorov actually on board 4 was held to a draw by Sayed Musavi from Iran. Elsewhere, Arjun won his game. Jordan was also held to a draw by an untitled Chinese player. What else am I seeing? I'm trying to look for an upset on the cards. Wow, let's go to board 16 and check in with Seturaman, who is in big trouble against Vaishali and Jan Ludwig. We were just talking about women players from India yesterday. Vaishali, she is the big sister of Pragnananda, and she is certainly one of those big rising stars among girls in India.
But unfortunately, the game is not that interesting at this stage. It looks like it was very interesting a couple of moves ago. But right now, the Black queen is pointed in at the white king. And this latest move, pawn to e5, is brilliant because this pawn is making its way further forward to attack the rook. The rook will not be able to move due to the threats against the king. And the pawn cannot be captured because then it will open up along the fourth rank, allowing the Black queen to take white. So the only thing white can really do is give a check. And the king moves away, and then you can take the pawn. The problem then being that after this check, attacking both the king and the rook needs to intervene, but then the rook can be captured, and it's game over. The white king is just completely defenseless, and Vaishali is going to take a big win here. Although, wow, Seturaman is below 2,600.
I'm shocked as well, actually, to see that.
So this is a player who was like 2,650 a couple of months ago. But he seems to be in poor form, not really taking anything away from Vaishali's accomplishment, but highlighting that Seturaman is an even better player than what his current rating may suggest.
Can we go back a few moves here? Because I saw from the color scheme earlier that I think there was a moment where a lot of things happened in that game. So maybe we can just very quickly see how we got to that crushing position for Vaishali. Looks like
this looks like an Italian. This is very
really
similar to Hikaru's game.
But an Italian which was a lot more successful for Black.
So Black was able to open up for both of the rooks, pointing down against the white king side. That made White's king feel rather uncomfortable.
And
a great pawn sacrifice to open up in front of the white king. Then the queen comes in.
And this move.
Wow.
Stunner.
A nice little brilliant sacrificing the knight. Well, not really sacrificing the knight even. Because if the knight is captured, the rook just comes in for the immediate checkmate.
Yeah. So that knight could not be touched. Instead, Setaraman played rook g3. And now the knight just escapes back out. Material balance has been restored for now. But that rook, that poor rook. I imagine this was time scramble. Time.
Somehow the computer is saying this is equal, but I mean, black is up a pawn and has an attack. So I'm a bit confused. Here the queen comes in trying to attack from the side. Black is still up a pawn, and the computer still thinks this is equal in case of king d1. This is the craziest kind of position. Why would the computer think this is equal? Black is a pawn up and has an attack.
This is bizarre.
And black can even sacrifice their queen to open up for the pawn.
I don't understand the evaluation of that position
confused.
at all.
I think it has to do with this rook maybe being a bit stuck. Because the pawn is kind of preventing all the options for the rook. Anyway, that rook got back into play, and at that point, it was just over.
Very nice.
Very nicely just back and forth a little bit to get some extra time. And after e5, it's all over. Queen f8, final attempt. If now pawn to e4, then queen f5 would actually save the game. Okay. Maybe I called it a bit too soon. So what is the trick then? Check. 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 Yeah, that should do it.
That could do it with the f2 pawn falling next. King f4 is the only move here, and that will be that. I mean, we didn't miss a better defense by white. All of this seemed very forcing, right?
Yeah.
And I think queen e4 has just been played by Vaishali, which is going to earn her a very big win with the black pieces against Setaraman, and she will also be on 2 out of 2. Shall we go back to the...
Yeah, it's a big score.
Absolutely. Let's go back to the Maksudlu queen ending for a second to see if Madaminov is making progress.
It looks like he's making big progress because now with the white king so close to the black king, the white king may actually participate in a checkmating attack. So now if the king moves forward, there's already the threat of the king and queen working together for a checkmate. But the queen can get back into defense. There's so many checks.
Yeah, it looks like Madaminov has another idea. Instead of going to c7, he went to d7. So he doesn't actually want to checkmate the black king. I think he wants to bring the king towards the f file to help the f pawn advance.
No, he just wants to prevent the checks, I think. So and now if queen b7 check, then the queen interjects and forces the queen trade because the queens are pointing in towards the king. And if the queen goes to h7, then he's going to block with the queen, sacrificing his f5 pawn, because then king c6, this is actually checkmate. Well, it's not checkmate actually, but it's winning.
By the way, sorry, I was distracted for a second because we did get another Magnus Carlsen tweet, so I'm sure Jaron will be able to bring it up on the screen in a second. So 2 minutes ago, Magnus tweeted, "I did ask an arbiter during the game whether watches were allowed, and he clarified that smart watches were banned, but not analog watches. This seems to be against FIDE rules for events of this stature."
Yeah, but now we're getting into a point where I can very much support Magnus. The incompetency of chess arbiters is staggering, but you also have to consider most of these people are volunteers. So
I don't think in this case I would disagree that it's an arbiter problem. I'm sure the arbiter is just following regulations from higher up. I think the F-up here probably happened with the organizers and the regulations. I think they just didn't give enough thought because we read out the regulations, right? It says fair play measures will be taken according to the FIDE anti-cheating regulations, which to me sounds incredibly vague. To me, it doesn't say FIDE regulations will apply. It just said, well, according to their rules, will take play measures.
But it's clearly what they intend, right? That the FIDE rules will apply. I agree that it's very passive language, and I agree that they could be much better at specifying what's allowed and what's not, because I mean, some of these FIDE rules are kind of ridiculous these days, but maybe that's a necessity based on the amount of
because the thing is, I'm pretty sure Alisher wouldn't have worn a watch without him checking with somebody first as well, whether it is actually okay. We'll have to wait I think, to hear more. We'll have to wait.
Well, you can be sure that the anti-cheating measures are going to be very strict tomorrow.
That's for sure.
And I saw someone responding to Magnus's first tweet is that you really should have brought this up yesterday. And I understand that the thing that kind of caused Magnus to think about this today rather than yesterday is the watch. But Magnus also specifically mentions that people are walking around in the playing area with smartphones. And that definitely would have happened yesterday as well. And there was an opportunity. Of course, everything is much easier in hindsight. But there was an opportunity for yesterday to say, you know, you need to get your act together with this. But yeah, no, I mean, so watches were not allowed, but Magnus asked, and the arbiter said it is allowed. Like I don't think there's going to be any consequences in terms of that, other than. Well, I mean, the arbiter didn't know the rules of the event. I still maintain arbiter incompetence, and I that has been, you know, a mainstay of chess for a very long time. I've sat next to Magnus playing against Emil Sutovsky. Emil Sutovsky tried to argue that Magnus couldn't claim a threefold repetition because he hadn't written down his move before making the claim. And then Magnus, the rules also state that you're not allowed to write down your moves before making a claim. And the arbiter came in and said, yeah, no, this is not valid. And yeah, no, there's so many circumstances in which I feel like, yeah, the chess is much better when, well, soccer is much better when the refs are not involved as well. And soccer is having massive issues right now with referees not agreeing with each other what the rules are.
Are you talking about football or?
Yes, that's the one.
I'm on my phone.
And in chess, we're a bit more, we agree more what the rules are, but there's still, whenever there's a conflict, and Magnus has been in these kind of conflicts previously. Do you remember, Fiona, when Magnus almost resigned a game where he was winning because his opponent gave away his king? There was this wild first round in one of the World Blitz Championships where his opponent had made an illegal move, and he tried to claim because Magnus had allowed the illegal move to happen, that was in fact an illegal move from Magnus, and so Magnus would lose the game.
I don't remember that actually.
It was completely wild, and Magnus was about to sign the score sheet when his father intervened and said, well, this is not. And the round got delayed by 15 minutes as they spoke to the chief arbiter. Magnus was about to, I don't know how, but he was about to give up on a completely winning game with a rule infraction that wasn't a infraction because one of the arbiters made a silly decision. So, like, having silly decisions is fine, but you also have to stand up to that. Part of the problem here is that Magnus didn't know the rules, right? And this is also back to, I mean, arbiter incompetence is one thing, but there's also the problem of players just being very spoiled and not reading contracts and not really knowing what they agreed to and so on and so forth. There's the famous example from Norway Chess 2015 where Magnus loses on time against Topalov because he didn't know they didn't get additional time after 60 moves. And like if you just, he didn't know the time control for the event.
I remember that.
You need to read the regulations, and if you're not going to read the regulations, at least show up to the round in time when they remind you what the time control is. So, I mean, I don't know. There's lots of blame to go around, in my opinion. I think arbiters are not great. I think the fact that they didn't know their own regulations is bad. I think the fact that Magnus didn't know the regulation is bad. I think the fact that Magnus didn't.
No, but I think that I think Magnus knows that according to FIDE regulations, you can't wear a watch. I think the problem is that it's not clear what their regulation. I think their regulations don't state clearly enough what they are. And
I don't think Magnus knew that the FIDE regulations were in play. Because
but
then
if they were in
him
play,
knowing that watches are not allowed, he could just say that.
But if they were in play, he couldn't, I mean, Suleimanov couldn't have worn one, right? It's just, I think
it doesn't matter what's in play or not if the arbiters of the event doesn't know their own rules.
But as I say, I don't think the arbiter, if Magnus asked, like the arbiter would have to either be sure or check with the organizer, right? The arbiter
and then we're back to incompetency.
Yeah, but I think of the organizer for not making the tournament regulations clear enough.
I don't know. I thought it was pretty clear. Can you read it back?
9.9 fair play measures will be taken according to the FIDE anti-cheating regulations.
I guess the word measures is interesting because it doesn't say measures.
It doesn't say FIDE anti-cheating regulations will apply, right? Which would have been a very easy way to just say, okay, we'll apply FIDE regulations. Measures will be taken according to me sounds more like, yeah, there will be measures and they will be inspired by the FIDE regulations, but they'll be our own, if that makes sense. Like, to me, this doesn't read as we will apply all FIDE regulations. Because one thing, okay, we
checkmate in 4 moves, Fiona.
Checkmate in 4. Hikaru, by the way, is on the way to us. So if you're waiting for the interview, he will be here soon. Yeah, I'm curious. Well, hopefully Hikaru will have some input as well. How closely did he read the regulations? Because another thing is, I don't know if we saw on the camera, if the players can all bring their own pens, then we know that FIDE regulations don't apply, right? Like if Hikaru tells us, yeah, I brought my own pen, then the discussion is over. Then it's clear that FIDE regulations do not apply in this tournament as they are. And there's the resignation. That's a big upset, big win for Madaminov against Parham.
I don't know. Yeah, this measures thing is yeah.
It's a weird one.
I
I mean,
agree. I agree with your conclusions. I'm not sure I agree with everything you said, but this word measures kind of implies that they're not using kind of the regulations, but in terms of what you have to do in terms of security checks and so on. I feel like that's what measures means. But then just the fact that we're having this discussion, I think, is clear that the regulations are insufficient.
I think that is the crux of the what's this expression? The crux of the matter, or you guys know what I'm saying. I think organizers of these events very often just think, oh, it'll all be fine. You know, these players here, all of them are very experienced. There's not going to be any problems. But then when a problem arises, it becomes painfully obvious the lack of specifying. And I think, you know, what you were saying earlier, especially in this climate we have now in the chess world, where there is so much suspicion, there is so much paranoia. Some of the suspicions are warranted, others aren't. And yeah, I think the organizers will have to make some kind of statement. Tomorrow we will find out. Will the measures be tightened? Are they going to publish new regulations? What's going to happen? We'll have to wait.
This is a funny thing in chess, isn't it? New regulations. but this is like, there are many chess tournaments, like the Pro Chess League, the Champions Chess Tour. They're making up the regulations after the tournament has started, which is just wild to me.
Yeah, I think that is a problem in chess. I think it's also just difficult. Like, what do you do now? Do you suddenly publish new regulations and from tomorrow say, you know, no watches, no pens, no nothing? Tough.
Well, I think for sure that will happen, no? I mean, there's no chance it doesn't happen. When Magnus speaks out,
yeah,
it's going to be the #1 focus for the organizers.
Let's put up a game that is the live, maybe the highest rated player to still be playing. That's on board 3, Anish Giri. We checked in with this position earlier on, and not too much has changed. Let's see the last few moves.
Yeah, Anish is trying to advance his pawn on the side of the board, trying to make that one a new queen, and White has massive problems with his king, and those problems aren't really going to be fixed anytime soon.
By the way, we are hearing word, and after that I'll shut up until Hikaru comes, but for example, their tournament regulations also say that nobody is allowed on the floor where the tournament venue is, except for arbiters and organizers. Where, I mean, we heard it from Hikaru yesterday. There were a bunch of people there at the start around Magnus's game and all that. But also Hikaru told us that later on he was stopped, you know, on the way back from the toilet for selfies. So yeah, I think definitely a big problem that I'm sure the organizers are scrambling to deal with right now in terms of the clarity of the regulations and their implementation. So yeah, Hikaru, guys, will be here in a second, so we'll hear from him. And
I did see Hikaru chatting, saying he's joining soon, and he's in the car to the hotel, and there's plenty to discuss, he said.
I'm very curious to hear his thoughts on the topic. For now, let me see what is still going on. So in the top 10, we saw Sindarov's game already. Let me go a bit further down. Wow, we might have another big upset on board 14, where with the white pieces, Robert Baskin is doing very well against Abhijit Gupta.
Let's see. One pawn more for white at this stage, but I suspect there's an other pawn about to be captured with lots of pressure in towards that d5 pawn. I do wonder, though, what is happening after rook takes h2? So it takes, check, king back, check. Ah, you block with the rook, and then there's a rook pointing down on the black king. Nice one.
Very, very nice.
Yeah,
I see
so
the
that's,
drama.
yeah, that's kind of crucial.
That is a very nice move. So yeah, what does black do? This just is game over. Was there any way to improve in this line?
I mean, there's plenty of ways for white to go wrong, but there's no way for kind of black kind of has to gamble it, right? Well, you can't really gamble it because you can calculate that it just doesn't work. But if you don't do it, then you're just 2 pawns down. I suppose you can go queen here first. Ah, look at this. Queen here first. And then if the king tries to escape, you can sacrifice your bishop. And here, if the bishop is captured, black even wins because you get the attack on the king and the king has to move and then the rook is lost.
Okay, this one is not over just yet. It's always easy. I often get misled by the bar when I tune in. I see it all the way in one person's favor, but yeah, still some tricks here. By the way, Jan Ludwig, I saw another spectacular upset on the cards. Fedoseev, we saw him yesterday.
Oh no, poor
again.
guy.
Yeah.
No way he's about to lose the second game in a row. Oh, that's devastating.
His opponent here looks like, let me see, let me look up who that is. FIDE Master, rated 2298. But as always, the question is, what is his age? He's 25 years old. He's not one of those kids. Wow. What a shocking start for Fedoseev to this tournament.
Wow. Yeah, no, I'm having trouble taking my eye off my second monitor because I'm trying to stay up to date on all the Twitter opinions on the drama.
What is the consensus so far on Twitter from what you've seen?
I haven't seen much. There's no consensus at the moment, as far as I can tell.
And I see that people in the chat mentioned that Atusa did also tweet. Let's see. I'm not seeing anything. Was I debated? I don't know, but people are certainly being kept. They're being kept on. Oh, she replied. Go to replies. Okay. I see Agadmato also responded to Magnus' tweet saying, it's one of the best attacking games I've ever seen. Morphy-esque even. I don't know. I never know if you tweet something like that. Is that a compliment or a back handed compliment? Is it an inscenation? What do you think?
Sorry, what are you saying?
Like that
Insinuation?
Matter responded to Magnus's tweet that it was one of the best attacking games he's ever seen.
Yeah.
And I wonder, is that a compliment or is it an insinuation?
Hard to tell.
Atusa tweeted, can someone please clarify if wearing an analog watch is against the rules or not? Because after seeing some players wearing analog watches during the chess games, I also wanted to wear it, but didn't because I wasn't sure if it's okay or not. I think we need a clear rule on that. I think she's making a great point. I mean, that's what we keep coming back to. What are the rules? But
I don't understand why you need to. Yeah. The paranoia is just so real. If you can't wear analog watches, then yeah. I mean, people are making fun of we're going to be playing strip chess in a couple of years, but like if analog watches is not allowed, then what's the net? We can't wear bracelets, and then we can't wear jewelry, and then we can't wear
yeah, I think we're moving
there's
towards
so
that.
many places. I'm not saying you
I don't want to. Let's stop right here.
Be in your ass, but there's just so many places you can put a cheating device. I'm not sure. All I'm saying is I'm not sure stopping the devices is necessarily the way to go. There's just so many places to conceal. Like maybe focus on, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think one of the problems is Magnus is so used to almost all the events he's playing in using FIDE regulations, but this is by the nature an open tournament. And I think these tournaments can have their own rules. I don't think they need to implement all FIDE rules, but it is certainly confusing. And yeah, I'm eagerly awaiting Hikaru's arrival to hear his thoughts. Did he check the regulations before the tournament? Did he notice anything during the round? There was actually a comment in the chat much earlier on, which it was one of our mods pointing out that Ostrovsky had said that when he went through the metal detector, it actually beeped, but that they just waved him through anyway, which also doesn't sound too good. So yeah,
but that's like you don't
today.
have the capacity to properly check that many people, right? And also there are plenty of instances in which you beep at the airport and the people just wave you through because it depends on the sensitivity it's put in on. But on the other hand, in airports,
but it will never, if you're at the airport and it beeps, they will always check you. They will never be like, yeah, okay, whatever, just go.
No, I think sometimes because they can see like how much. And if they have it on extra sensitive, sometimes they don't care even if it beeps. Because also, I mean, at an airport, what are they really scanning for, right?
Well, I think firearms, explosives,
yeah, firearms, objects. Sure. But no, that's going to be a big beep. I think part of the problem is in chess, the devices are so small. I don't know I don't think those even register on a metal detector. My problem with anti-cheating in chess is that there's so many measures being taken that is just for show and completely waste of resources and energy when the energy should be on software, having a clear kind of path of both making accusations, but also punishments if you're found guilty, punishments if you're found to have made a frivolous accusation. this is where I feel like chess needs to put in their efforts rather than measures that everyone really knows that if you want to beat the system, you can, and you're just wasting so much time and energy on silly things.
I mean, there was this video, was it a Norwegian TV crew who did this at some event?
Yeah.
They asked the arbiter to, do the metal detector thing on them. And the woman, she was wearing like, I think
it was the NRK team in Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
For the World Written Rapid.
The anti-cheating didn't pick up on any of the devices she had on her, right?
No. Well, I mean, I was working for a competitor at the time, so I didn't watch the broadcast, but the story I saw was that she got away with quite a few things.
Yeah.
In the search.
I mean, in this tournament, you were saying there are so many people. Like, I think it's not an excuse here. This tournament has 160 players. That is not that many. I just came from the Club Cup where I don't know how many players there were, 700, something like that. And everyone was checked before the game. I mean, to have 160 players in this big venue, it shouldn't be mission impossible to check everyone before the games. But yeah, we'll still waiting for Hikaru. I see Sakama saying maybe Hikaru is getting robbed. Check on him. We are still waiting. You mentioned, right, that he was in the chat earlier on?
Sorry?
Hikaru was okay.
Yeah, he
Hikaru
was in the
incoming.
chat earlier. Yeah.
1 minute. So very soon we'll get all the juice from on the ground. What is happening there? Are we saying cheating occurred? Absolutely not. No, that's pretty much the furthest thing removed, I think, that we're saying from what we're saying. Have you got your questioning line ready?
I'm best in the moment, Fiona. The best questions come to me as the conversation unfolds.
We can maybe already pull up Hikaru's.
Yeah.
Because I think we will also.
Magnus's game potentially also.
Yeah. I think we'll be very curious to hear about both these games. And yeah, this one I think was more of a positional masterclass. The Magnus game was, what did you call it earlier? An annihilation.
Yeah, he got annihilated.
You know what? Before Hikaru comes in, I'm just going to get Luna out of the room because the door is closed. And I don't want her to start causing a scene if Hikaru comes in. Come on, Lily.
Best drama, huh?
I know. I'm already, I was just thinking, I'm looking forward to when the show is over and I can just sit on my phone and spend my evening scrolling Twitter and Reddit. How much time? Imagine how much time we've lost lifetime just looking into chess drama. Too much.
But yeah, now I'm bringing up Reddit as well, now that you mentioned it.
And imagine all the content creators who are already on the case. Some videos must surely be out already.
Oh God, there's already 440 comments on Reddit.
Well, there goes my evening.
My problem with Reddit, I don't know if you have this as well, but I can only check it once. Because once I've already checked a Reddit thread, to kind of check the new 100 posts, I can never really figure that out because it's always threaded inside.
No.
So in some ways, I feel like Reddit is the place you check long after when it kind of has settled, because that's the only way you can get all the opinions.
Yeah, I'm in general not spending too much time on Reddit because I think I would have no time left.
Hello, you guys.
Hikaru, welcome.
It's good to be back. Sounds like there's a bit of a storm going on.
There is a bit of a storm going on. You've had a little bit of time after your game finished, so I imagine you have already seen the tweets by Magnus. So
I mean, I didn't look at the. Sure, yeah. I mean, okay. So first things first. I haven't actually looked at the tweet in its full length yet. But yeah, even when I did my interview on site, Ketty did mention that Magnus had made a tweet. I mean. Where to start? Okay, this is we're gonna go back in the time machine and we're gonna just like sort of lay some of the cards out on the table here. So first things first, I'm going to go back to last September and the incident that occurred in St. Louis. Now, I think it's very important that when I talk about this topic, there's a lot of misinformation. A lot of things have been said about it. You know, there are a lot of things that haven't been known. But you know, in the case of the game with Magnus playing as Hans, it was a completely different situation because there were many top players like Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and others who very clearly had suspicions about Hans's games. And that's besides the fact that Daniel Naroditsky complained to me over a year prior to that game as well. So many people had some suspicions. They were very unsure about Hans's play. So you know, in that situation, and then when you also consider the fact that it seems like multiple players complained before the event even began, I understand kind of the reasoning behind how we got to that point with Magnus in the game that he played against Hans and everything that happened after that. So that's the first thing that I want to point out. Hearsay also, just because I'm going to be very careful with the chat. People are saying you know, as far as Daniel or other things, like I have some of this in writing, so I'm not making this up. We don't need to rehash it, but at any rate, it is what it is, and so it's understandable how we got to that point. But that being said, in terms of today's game, like I understand that Magnus lost the game, and yes, his opponent was wearing a watch. But unlike the events in St. Louis over a year ago now, this sort of it seems really out there because frankly, the game looked very normal. Obviously, there are no rumors, no stories about his opponent. I think frankly, none of us even know who Magnus' opponent is. If I'm being blunt. So to me, it seems like Magnus could have just very quietly said something to the organizers about like wearing a watch or something like that. And we wouldn't be where we are right now. But I don't really understand the purpose for a couple of reasons. First of all, it was very clearly a normal game. Secondly, in the game itself, his opponent was completely lost if he didn't go all in and sacrifice the knight on f7. Third and most importantly, this is an event where, I mean, I can say this, like I am getting an appearance fee to play in this tournament. So Magnus very clearly is getting some form of an appearance fee to play in this event. And I think, you know, when you're getting an appearance fee to show up at a tournament, you know, if there are certain things that you have an issue with, like I understand trying to bring them up, but to do it in a public manner, like going on Twitter/X and saying that, it's just it's somewhat mind-boggling because now also like you're getting paid to show up to raise a profile of chess in Qatar and everything, and then now there's going to be a big firestorm around this event for the next couple of days at least. So I'm kind of stunned, to be honest.
But the organizers did invite Magnus knowing that he had pulled this in St. Louis, where I assume he was also getting paid to play.
Well, no, I mean, in St. Louis, there are only a handful of tournaments that provide appearance fees where players get paid to play. Most of the events, it's purely in the prize fund. So if you're talking about the Singfield Cup, that was an event where all the money was in the prize fund. As far as I know now, I could be wrong on that, but you know, I've never gotten
my bad. But I still think my point stands, right? The organizers of Qatar knew that Magnus had a history of being very concerned about anti-cheating and that he had forfeited a tournament previously where he did not feel the anti-cheating measures were up to standard. And yet they invited him. So I guess my question is partly, why hasn't the anti-cheating been stricter, and how much do you think the organizers have to kind of calculate that, Magnus might be unhappy about our anti-cheating standards?
Well, I mean, as far as I know, for FIDE specific events like the World Cup, I'll just use that because that's the event that everybody played in recently. There, or the FIDE Grand Prix, which I also played in. There are rules that you're not allowed to wear a watch. Doesn't matter whether it's mechanical or electronic. You're just not allowed to wear a watch. Period. Now, I don't know. Of course, like I'm not one of those guys who goes and reads the rule book word for word, or stays up to date on that. That's all in the arbiters, obviously. I don't know what it was, but according to arbiters, they said that it was mechanical watches were allowed. And I mean, obviously, if they're allowed, they're allowed. Do I think that's right? Objectively, probably not. But again, I don't know why Magnus goes and makes a tweet about it instead of simply saying something to the organizers or to the arbiters. And then, like, for example, very easily he could have gone, said something to the chief arbiter, I think Laurent Frey, if I'm not mistaken. And it's like, from tomorrow, people aren't allowed to wear watches. That's fine, whatever. It's no big deal. But then Magnus goes and tweets, and again, like it feels this time, unlike the previous time, feels a lot like starts to feel a lot like Kramnik, actually. So, yeah, it's I'm kind of stunned by it, honestly. I'm kind of stunned because, like, I mean, for me at least, I've had a great time here. It's great to see the fans, all the enthusiasm, and now you get this bomb dropped on everyone's head, and it's just like, at least for the next day or so, everyone's gonna be talking about it nonstop. So I don't know.
Just ask you about the regulations? Are you guys allowed to bring your own pens, or are pens provided?
Honestly, I don't know because I was asleep when they had a technical meeting before the first round. So I mean, I don't go there. I literally take my phone, leave it, and I take my room key, and that's all that I have on me. So I don't know. I mean, I guess to be fair though to Magnus, because obviously, as I said, I haven't literally read the tweet, so I guess I will take a look at the exact exactly what we see. So yeah, they're talking about analog watch. It seems to be against FIDE rules. Like that's completely normal, but then. But then, like, Magnus talking of wearing a watch, I mean, I lost my ability to concentrate. Like, I mean, again, this situation is so much different than what we encountered. What we encountered, last September. But it seems really weird because, like, honestly, I mean, I think I said this before. I said this during the interview. There was an event I was at in Poland, the World Rapid and Blitz, and during that event, very specifically speaking of Hans, I saw a game he was playing. I think it was against Boris Gelfand. I'm pretty sure it was the rapid portion because once I got COVID during the Blitz, I couldn't play. And he was wearing a watch, and it's like, yeah, I mean, people could have made a big deal about it back then, even, but it's just one of those things that seems so minor that I mean, you don't really go out of your way to say it. And I mean, also to see Magnus saying that he lost the ability to concentrate. I mean, that just sounds like an excuse, if I'm being honest. But I don't know why Magnus needs to make an excuse. Like, he's accomplished everything in the world of chess. And in this game today, he forces the opponent to sack the knight on f7. If he doesn't play knight takes f7, I think he's just much worse, if not lost. So I just find it very, very bizarre. Like, he can make a point, but then, yeah, to go even further with that, I don't know. It seems really wild to me. It seems really wild. I don't understand it at all.
We briefly discussed the possibility that Magnus might not continue the tournament the way he did in the Singfield Cup last year. Do you think that is a possibility?
I mean, I'd be very surprised if that happened, honestly. I mean, again, I don't know. Like, I don't know what Magnus wants. Like, I do see all the tweets. I'm going to be honest. Like, I do see all the tweets now. But I don't know. I don't know what he wants because, again, like, this is a tournament, and I mean. Like, is it very specifically that he's saying that, like, people can cheat? I mean, is that what he's saying? Like, again, you never really know between the innuendo, and certainly in this case, unlike the previous one, like, I think nobody really knows what Magnus is thinking specifically. But I feel like they already improved things from the first day when, like, there were actually a lot of people who, like, fans even, who were allowed. But I don't know. It just feels like something that should have been handled quietly, and I mean. For his opponent, I feel really quite bad because I mean he's playing this like this very at least based on the outward expression, he's playing a guy who looks like pretty timid, just a 2,500 guy, just playing this tournament, just and he has easily the biggest win of his career, and so I do feel very bad that it's like instead of being able to probably like celebrate the victory, now you have this. But I mean, again, like. but I don't understand what Magus is saying. I mean, because essentially, is he saying that cheating is happening in tournaments? Is that what he's saying? I don't really understand.
Actually,
what's going on?
Just about the point you made about taking away from Alisher's accomplishment, there's a tweet on the screen right now by MVL who is also sharing his opinion. So
yeah,
maybe you
I
can
see
take,
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely agree. This take players can unite, get anti-cheating measures in place at every turn to hinder cheaters, obviously, and avoid people doubting. Yeah, I mean, I can understand that. Again, this is a tournament that's just come back. There obviously are how do I put this politically correctly? There's some people who are pretty important who show up, and like, I mean, if you want to tell like the sheikhs to not come here, or people who are in the ministry not to come here, or you want no phones at all, then I mean, frankly, I think the idea of getting sponsors or things like that is going to go down the drain. I'm just going to be really brutally blunt about it.
Yeah,
yes. I mean, there's some people who are sitting there. There's some people who obviously are like ministry, or people who are sitting there. There were a couple chairs out for them to sit, and yes, I mean, I think they had their phones on them. Again, I mean, are they going to help a player cheat? No, of course not. Obviously not. So, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe I missed something because I was focused on my game, but to me, like, I mean, if you have camera people, for example, having phones, I think that should always be allowed. I don't really know how you can block them because they need to have internet connection and everything else. So I don't know who he's referring to exactly, because today, unlike yesterday, very clearly there were not just random fans on the floor. In fact, they just weren't allowed in pretty much. So yeah, I don't know, but to me, like, it's a real shame because this is a term that's just come back. Like, I'm having a great time. I'm enjoying everything about it so far. And now, just like that, we're in the same, we've devolved into, another discussion about cheating again. And I mean, I think it bodes very, very poorly for the future of chess if this is what's going to start happening all the time.
Hikaru, shall we take a look at your game?
Well, I mean, I kind of want to. Can you pull up Magnus's game? Because that's the one that I actually want to. Sure. I just want to make a couple. I just want to make a couple of points about this. So, yeah, just go back like 5 moves. Like, I mean, the point with what Magnus did here is like, okay, so his opponent plays knight b5, right? Okay, nothing shocking. Knight e8, completely fine. Yeah, and then we get I think it was knight g5, right? Knight g5 is played here, yeah, and he plays like knight g6, right? Is that what happened? I mean, like. Yeah, and here his opponent played e5, which is obviously the correct move because you're trying to go rook d7 and create the kebab on the 7th rank. I mean, this is not exactly rocket science. Or I guess d5, bishop e5 also wins because of queen h7. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, the opponent had to sack right after d5, queen b3, right? Like, he played h6, right? Or was it a6? I don't remember which. Or was it? No, it was bishop e7. Sorry, that's how he attacked knight on g5. And his opponent had to go knight takes f7. Like, there's no other move in the position. Like, literally, it's the only move you can play. Otherwise, you play knight h3, and you probably just lose the game. I mean, maybe you don't lose the game. Actually, maybe you're not much worse. I only saw knight f3, which allows takes, and bishop f3. But nonetheless, like, I mean, you got to go for it. So yeah. And anyway. Yeah, I mean, there's just nothing to say. His opponent sacked the knight. It worked out. That's life. Whatever. But I don't understand the need to make some massive issue out of the watch thing. I mean, unless Magnus is basically saying that, I mean, he's saying that every tournament has to be uniform. You should basically not have what was I going to say? That every tournament has to be uniform. The rules have to always be the same. I mean, maybe they should be. Maybe no watches allowed should be the future, but. If the rules were stated that players were allowed to have mechanical watches here, then I don't get it. I don't get it.
Hikaru, you already mentioned that you did not attend a technical meeting. And yes. Personally, I have never really seen Magnus attend a technical meeting, which is the kind of meeting where rules are discussed and what you are to expect from the tournament. Do you think players need to take more responsibility in showing up for these boring kind of
well, I mean, to be fair, this is like one of the few that I've skipped, like with like the world, but I mean, to be very clear, with like the World Cup, they very clearly lay it out. Now that's what I don't know, but honestly, for most events, I do show up to the technical meeting, like when I play the Grand Chester or other events. But I mean, as far as players need to take responsibility, I mean, yes, people have to speak up and ask the obviously the pertinent questions regarding the event. You know, I would say actually though, as my hot take for the day, you know, one thing I would say is that I don't think you can cheat with an analog watch, and I actually think that banning analog watches is probably the single most guaranteed way to not have a very obvious sponsor in chess. Because honestly, I think if watches were allowed, you would see like the Rolexes of the world sponsoring chess 100%. So in my opinion, I think analog watches should not be banned because I do think you would have watch sponsors, which would be great for chess. But you know, that's just my hot take for the day. That being said, I mean, of course, players have to ask these questions and deal with it. But yeah, I don't know. I think the whole thing is just kind of it puts it casts a sort of casts a pall or it casts a spell sort of over the whole event now, and everyone's kind of just like, I mean, now everyone's talking about it. It's not, I don't know, it's not good. It's not good. And also, like, ultimately, the problem with this is, like, as I said, the situation last year was completely different from today, and it just, I don't know, if I didn't know better, I honestly would say it feels like Magnus is losing it a little bit, because I like today, I just cannot possibly in any world really understand bringing this up.
What do you think the consequences will be? Do you think stricter regulations will be implemented? What do you think will happen tomorrow?
I mean, I assume that players they're gonna change the rules, and players aren't allowed to wear watches at all. I assume that's what's gonna happen. Is my best guess. You know, I mean, it is Magnus Carlsen at the end of the day, and he is, even if technically he's not the world champion, he's easily the most influential player, most influential player in the world. So I assume they're going to make a change to regulations, and that's that. But again, I mean, the fact that you have this happening, it's just it's not good. It's not good at all. It's not good. And I mean, again, like for me personally, I think, I mean, I guess theoretically I mean, people are saying you can put something in an analog watch or something. I mean, but at the end of the day, if we're just going to devolve into this world where like if something happens and you lose a game, you automatically become suspicious, I think the days of professional chess are very, very limited down the road.
It does feel like a bit of a sad day for sure.
Yeah, you know, it's like as someone said something too. It's like, you know, for example, I go to my games, I wear my 2 rings. Like, so theoretically, probably someone could make some argument that there's some way to put something in your rings. Even, I mean, there comes a point at which it's just like it's starting to go like too far. It's just really starting to go too far. So I mean, I don't know. I don't know where we're going, but it's, you know, after I won my game, I think, okay, I won a nice game, 2 out of 2. We have the shock loss from Magnus, but life goes on. And then of course, I see the tweets, and you know, we end up in a situation where all anybody can talk about is like, you know, anti-cheating measures. And it's not a good thing.
Yeah, I also feel it's just very sad that it's taking away from Suleimanov's accomplishment, who today I think clearly played the game of his life. We were discussing this during the broadcast. This probably is him peaking. It's gonna be very hard to top that accomplishment.
I mean, like I said, like I said, when you watch games, you see the demeanor of the players, and I see this guy who's like, I mean, very skinny, very timid. Like, I mean, just like a guy who's never gonna be like a serious professional player. He's just playing a tournament, trying to get some experience, have fun, play chess. You know, it's easily going to be the best. It's going to be the best game of his life, and now it gets somewhat diminished by what's happening. And you know, also, you know, the other thing I was going to say is, just from a professional player, being a professional player, I honestly want to say that as far as Magnus goes, he, more than anybody else, has been a player who's been able to like get rid of the distractions, never like show any like mental cracks. And it definitely feels like it feels like the whole notion of not being able to concentrate after seeing his opponent wearing an analog watch is sort of a sign that Magnus is not as mentally strong as he once was. Because I feel like the Magnus of 2014 have been like, who cares? He was wearing an analog watch, big deal. I'm still just going to beat him. So I don't know.
Why do you think Magnus made it so public? Because as you said, he could have, I mean, he did say that he talked to the arbiter during the game to ask about the regulations. He was told analog watches were, but I think what you were saying, he could have gone to Mohamed Al-Modiaki after the game and said, look, I don't agree with the regulations, but he made it very public. Why do you think that is?
I mean, I'm guessing that he feels like the regulations aren't strict enough. But again, as I said, you know, every event is different. But I feel like an event where you're getting paid to show up and play the tournament, it's very much in the interest of everybody to sort of not try and make that super public. Like, you know, it's one thing if like I get annoyed by FIDE, they do something I don't like or whatever. You know, it's a little bit different. But you know, again, when you're getting paid to show up, making a huge deal out of this instead of just saying something quietly to organizers, maybe it's just like very unhappy with the game and he's overreacting. I mean, that is possible. As much as, you know, Magnus is better at controlling his emotions than everybody else, there is some chance that he's very unhappy and he wants to make the point. But again, I mean, I feel like there are probably other situations where Magus could have made this point in the past. I definitely know for myself there are situations like this where you can make the point, but it doesn't have to be the day that you lose that game. Like you can do it quietly another day, for example. Like if you see someone doing something or there's a little something that looks suspicious. But I mean, it's the day that you lose is that it goes like this, and yeah, I don't know. I don't know, and it's like, yeah, I mean. You know, there were moments during my game yesterday where I was worried about my position, but never did I think like, okay, like this person, just because they're 300 points lower rated or something, can they possibly be cheating? So, I mean, for the people who think that like I'm going to go lose a game to 2,500 and do that, no shot at all.
Hikaru, will we see you at the technical meeting of the Grand Swiss in Isle of Man?
That's a good question. Honestly, I mean, I guess I better show up there. I better show up. I mean, if I don't show up, I half expect like MVL or Fabiano or one of them to write some nasty tweet to me that I'm not being serious about anti-cheating. Even though I'm the person who got sued over all this. But anyway, yeah, probably I will show up, I'm guessing. But who knows?
To me, what I kind of feel like, I feel like if the players are going to be so kind of paranoid about cheating, they need to take a bigger responsibility in terms of reading regulations and also influencing regulations. And speaking of what MBL tweeted.
I mean, you can say that, but like, you know, I would say that there's only one person who really has that kind of power, and that, of course, is Magnus Carlsen. He's the only person who can do that. There are plenty of top players who have complained about a wide variety of things over the years, and it hasn't really mattered all that much because FIDE just ignores everything that's said. If I'm being brutally honest. So I mean, there's only one player who can really possibly effect that change. That would be Magnus. But again, when Magnus, you know. Like with what happens today, I feel like also a little bit of the credibility, a little bit of like there's an erosion of the character to some degree with what we see. So I don't really know. I don't know where the future goes. I'm sure it'll be a topic that's brought up. I don't know what the what the decision will ultimately be as far as watch. I'm guessing that probably FIDE will just not allow analog watches because in the FIDE specific events, I believe that's already a pretty standard rule. But again, like it's just wild.
I was just going to say that I think one of the things, and I hope I'm not wrong about that, but the Grand Swiss will be different because it is an official FIDE event, right? FIDE regulations will apply, while Qatar Masters is an open tournament. It's a private tournament. And I think private/open tournaments don't need to follow FIDE regulations, is my understanding. So I think that sounds
pretty reasonable.
And I think that's maybe where some of the problems started today, because I think Magnus doesn't play open tournaments so much. And I think some of them, like the Singfield Cup or whatever, I don't know about the Grand Chester, but they might follow FIDE regulations. So I agree with, I think, MVL and with everyone. Maybe it needs to be more unified, but...
Well, yeah. I mean, now you're preaching to the choir. I mean, I've said this many times that you know the world would be better off if top players got along. But you know, you have to realize there is also underlying issue as well, which is, you know, at the end of the day, everyone is in it for themselves. It is purely a competition. Now, it's not to say that we don't have a lot of respect for each other, but you know, we're always competing. So, like when I play against, you know, Magnus, for example, or I play against MVL or Fabiano, I mean, yes, of course, obviously we're away from the board. I'll talk to them very casually where we're on very, very good terms, but there's a certain belief that like the players are doing things because it's going to benefit them. So there is very rarely is there this kind of unity amongst the absolute top players. because there's always some suspicion that like players want things to, you know, favor them, or there's always an ulterior motive instead of just doing what is best for the game. So, you know, it's not my place, obviously. I know a lot of people say it is, but, you know, I'll say it as I've said many times. Like, I am a streamer first. I play turns. I try to be competitive, but you know, it's on the people who are going to be playing chess, you know, 5, 10, 15 years from now to figure out what the path forward is. So like the top players, they should get together and agree. But you know, there have been times, you know, you've had like groups like the PCA. Now I know this is not related to anti-cheating, but you've had like the you've had like Intel PCA, you've had some of these groups with Kasparov, where you try to bring all the players together in association, and they've never really been able to keep it together. So I'm not saying that like players are the reason for that, but there have been attempts to have like players unions, things of that nature. And I don't know. I mean, that's going to require the players literally getting together and talking to each other, which, I mean, everybody's on good terms, but people don't really talk like that in general. So it is what it is.
Hikaru, you also played a nice game today that has been kind of overshadowed now by everything else. But should we take a quick look and get your thoughts on what happened over the board?
So like today, like okay, so like let's get on the paranoia train. So as usual, I'm playing like one of these Chinese guys who's like rated like 2,500. And anytime you play somebody from China, you don't really know. Are they actually the rating? Are they like 2,650? Are they just like a complete monster? And so I just decided to play the Italian, just to play it very, very quiet and slow game. My opponent came with a setup that I actually was very, very unfamiliar with, or not unfamiliar with, but he came with this idea with his knight h5, knight f4, and then f6, which like really baffled me, because I swear, like, I played the Italian a lot from the black side. I've never seen this idea that he came up with. So it was kind of shocking. Also, like, because you know what else I realized? Like, you know, one of the great things about chess, modern day chess, is that there's some professional players who are too busy creating courses that everybody can use. So like, I don't actually have to do preparation. And I remember, even though the position was a little bit different, we go back to the bishop on c2. Like there's a position very similar to this with the bishop on d3 instead of c2 from Anish Giri's course on the Italian. Anish basically says, this is a dream position for white. White basically, White has a dream, you have to go and win the game or something. I mean, I don't remember the exact wording of it, but something like that. And so Anish has the course, and like I looked at his course. It's great that Anish is giving away all the secrets to try and make money. But yeah. So I remember that in my head with the bishop on d3 that like Anish had said it was great for white. So I thought, okay, like this should just be good once I get the same position with the bishop on c2. And then, yeah, I mean, somehow here I couldn't figure out if knight g5 was right or bishop d3. I just thought bishop d3 f1 looked like the human approach. Knight f1 was also a move that I did consider, but I wasn't sure. But Wesley has a course too, apparently. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that all these pro players are giving away all their secrets for like $40 a pop. What can I say? It's fantastic. So. Anyway, yeah, so I mean knight f1 was a move, but I thought bishop d3 bishop f1 just fundamentally made sense. I'm actually not sure if it was right, because after he played like f6, somehow I wasn't convinced. Like and then I played king h2, which I thought was the human move, to go g3 and kick the horse, and he played bishop f7, and like I've never seen this idea of putting the knight on e6, but I think it was actually a very, very good idea. Very, very good idea. And I think my opponent was completely fine up until, if we go forward a few more moves. Yeah, I played.
I really disliked bishop b8.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure if he should do that or not. I mean, I thought maybe he could have already played like knight e6 takes and d5. Like I thought knight e6 here, and then taking with the idea, say I go g3, for example, like g3 just to illustrate, takes cd4 d5. I mean, I think black is completely fine already. So yeah, he played. Yeah, he played bishop d8, and I thought it was still okay up until queen c2. Yeah, g3, and I played queen c2. Yeah, right around here, I thought, oh no, maybe it's already too late. Because if he takes, I take with the knight, right? Yeah, maybe it's too late already. But I thought basically once I got rook d1 in and then d5, it was just very, very unpleasant.
Yeah, I really like queen c2, and part of the reason why I thought moving the bishop back was so bad is because he loses all these opportunities to change the pawn structure. Yeah,
so again, like I felt like once I got rook d1 and d5, it was just very thematic. I think I misplayed it a little bit later on. I mean, I think it was probably always winning here, but I feel like I misplayed it a little bit. Somewhere around here, yeah, b4 I liked all this. I like this. This looked good. Yeah, this looked good. Yeah, and I don't know, somewhere around here after knight d7, I feel like there's probably a better way to play it. Queen d3 is right, okay. Knight bishop b6, and then
Well, you had
so
a
here was wrong.
very nice trick here.
Which is
Takes.
Oh,
knight
I have
c4.
knight d6. I have knight d6 with the I've got knight d6. Yes. Yeah.
I thought part of the
unfortunate.
reason why you missed this is because you were playing quickly because you thought your position was so good anyway.
Well, I thought that I was positionally just squeezing him after knight c4, knight takes e3. So I didn't. I mean, I was squeezing him on the board and on the clock, and I just thought that it was very hard for him to play. But you're right. I should have traded and gone knight c4. That's a good point.
Well, it's the computer's point, not mine.
But see, somewhere around here after rook c1, I mean, I was sure that I was just going to win this game before time control. I'm like, okay, it's going to be a short 3-hour game. It's going to be a nice day, and then somehow after queen f8 takes and knight f6, it's like it gets tricky here. Like it feels like I should be winning, but I didn't think my conversion was necessarily great. Although maybe it was okay.
I gotta admit, Hikaru, we didn't watch too much of your conversion because we were busy discussing Magnus. We just saw the computer saying Hikaru's absolutely winning, and we assumed it was easy.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I was going to be done back to the hotel, able to eat dinner pretty early, and then I had to use some time. Like after I took, he played rook d8, which was a good move. I kind of underestimated. I went rook c7, which I thought was right. And after king h8, I think there was some easier way to win. Here I played queen c2. Wow, queen c2 is best? Wow. Wow, queen c2 is best. Okay, because somehow I felt like there had to be a positional way to win this without letting him get any counterplay. But wow, queen c2 is right. Okay, so queen c2, and then he played d5, and wow, queen c5. Oh, wow. So I'm actually pretty good at chess.
Yeah, it would appear.
No, because I when he played knight takes e4, like I thought I'm probably winning here, but after queen f8, rook f8, I mean it's even material. He's going to move the knight, push the pawns. F2 is weak, and I felt like I had done something wrong. But okay, but I played knight e7, so it shows that I'm not a computer. Okay, because a5 is apparently winning. Fair enough.
Only the second best move.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but see, because even here, I mean, I was worried about like knight d2. Yeah, I mean, once he goes knight f2 and I get this the rook for the two pieces, it should be good. But I guess I just ignore a5, bishop e6, and there's nothing. Oh, there's knight g6. Yikes. Yeah, yikes. That's true. Yeah. So I mean, maybe it actually is very clean, huh? Because I didn't feel like it was.
I thought it was a very good game.
Point. Yeah, I mean, I just somehow like looking at this position optically, like I know it's winning, but it feels like there should have been a way to win without allowing the situation. But I guess it doesn't matter. And then I mean the rest is after knight f2, bishop d5. I mean, I think it's just very clean, right? Takes knight g6 correctly, and then rook c5, and it's just he can't stop the pawns, right? Yeah, it's just winning here. Okay, so actually, it's actually better than I thought it was. Interesting. Okay, interesting. Good stuff.
I feel like that's a common thing among the top players, that you're very critical of your own play.
Yeah, I mean, I think you always assume that you can be better, and I think again that's at the end of the day. At the end of the day, there is this player who generally, when he's not worried about his opponents wearing analog watches, he tends to be a pretty good player, and so you always feel like whenever you play against Magnus, he is the gold standard. And because of that, you feel like you have to be super, super precise. So you're always in your mind. That's always what you're trying to do, is play the absolute perfect game. So if you're playing against like Magnus, for example, it wouldn't be good enough. So that's, I think, a large part of why like I'm super critical. I think Fabiano definitely is, and so forth. And wear a watch tomorrow. Sorry, so everybody's wondering. I actually didn't bring my Rolex with me. I obviously I should have, but I didn't bring a watch with me, so I can't wear a watch. Sorry, guys.
I was just wondering, you're seeing now that actually your conversion was a lot cleaner than maybe you thought at first. Does that ever impact your mood in the evening when you check the game, when you come back to your room and you either played better than you expected or maybe sometimes worse than you expected? Does that have an influence?
I mean, I think that only matters if the result, like, for example, say I had made like one or two bad moves and the game had gone from a win to a draw. I think it definitely would affect my mood. But I think if you win the games, you have a positive outcome. I don't think it matters all that much. At the end of the day, like I was annoyed for probably like 15, 20 minutes. And now I see this, and now it's just like, okay, apparently I played great. So I think unless you turn it from like a win into a draw or a loss, generally it doesn't have at least for me, it doesn't have a big impact. So not that much.
Tomorrow, the field of perfect score is getting smaller and smaller. Is there someone in such a big field? Do you have opponents that you feel, oh, I would be interested in playing them, or others where you feel, oh, I would like to avoid them? How do you feel?
I don't know. Maybe it'd be funny to play the guy that Magnus lost to. That's not going to happen, I don't think. But that might be kind of funny. But yeah, I think in general with the opens, though, a lot of people who are near the top now are mostly people that I've heard of. So it's I don't think there's gonna be any huge surprise, but at the end of the day, it's more than anything, it's just fun to play against different opponents. I think, you know, I've played, I feel like Wesley specifically, I feel like I played him God only knows how many times since the pandemic began in 2020, but I feel like I played him a million times online, and over the board I played him a lot too. So there's certain people that I think that it's not necessarily fun because you play them over and over and over again. Whereas an event like this, you get different players, and also for me, I mean, it's great to see that even though it's been like 5 or 6 years now since I last won Gibraltar, that I can still play decently in open. So I'm pretty happy with my play overall, and I think I'm in a pretty good mood as well. Or I mean, we'll see if I stay in a good mood considering today, but I've been in pretty good mood, and honestly, I felt like the organization has been pretty good at this event. I mean, not to throw Magnus on their bus, but like for me, it's been great. I mean, I feel like the people for the most part have been pretty respectful, and it's just it's a bummer. It's a bummer to hear this. Definitely a bummer.
Okay, well, I think that probably wraps up.
Well, I mean,
everything.
actually, can I add one more point? Just one more point that I wanted to bring up, which, you know, one of the dangers when this happens with Magnus is the face of chess. He is the world champion. You know, people can say what they want. You can say Levy with his followers on YouTube can make some change. He has zero impact in the world of professional chess. As I said before, I have zero impact. The only person who has that kind of sway is Magnus, much like Garry Kasparov used to. And, you know, I remember, if I go back to the late 90s, when you had when you had IBM and Intel and all those guys loving chess and sponsoring many events. And one of the reasons that they actually stopped was they kind of got fed up with chess players being prima donnas. I mean, they got fed up with Garry and some others, and they're just like, okay, we don't want to have anything to do with this. And so I think if we sort of fast forward to the world we're in right now, I think when you have Magnus doing this, it's very easy for sponsors to look at this and they're like, I mean, why do we want to be involved with chess? And I think people do need to keep that in mind. I mean, Magnus specifically, when you're looking towards the future, because I mean, you can turn off a lot of potential sponsors and people who like the game if the perception of top players is they're just complete paranoid lunatics. Now, I'm not saying that chess players top players aren't completely insane, because on some level we all are. We've spent our whole lives on this game. But still, like the reflection and the way it's perceived, I mean, it can be very damaging when you have Magnus doing this. Because I mean, if I'm a casual fan, like let's say I'm a local Qatari, you know, if I'm a kid and my father, for example, is someone prominent, you know, if I watch games, or I read this news and I see this stuff, it's like it's very easy to get this perception that like Magnus is just completely insane. And I don't know why anybody would want their kids to be playing chess, or frankly to sponsor chess, if this is what happens, where it just looks like chess players are completely insane, plain and simple.
Yeah, I guess time will tell what happens. First of all, in this tournament, and of course in the bigger picture, it feels like it's not a very healthy or happy environment right now. So hopefully,
I would hope, honestly, I would hope that Magnus actually apologizes. I would hope that he does apologize, honestly, because to me it just seems like he got really angry over the game and then turns into this massive issue, and I don't really understand it. I don't.
I made this point during the broadcast, Hikaru, that I think it's kind of better for this tweet to have come instantly, because then it would be much easier to accept the apology as an overreaction due to a bad result. Because it's easier to understand kind of the heat of the moment rather than making such a tweet after actually having thought about it and slept on it or whatever. And so do you think an apology here would just make everything okay?
I mean, I think probably it would. I mean, it's like if Magnus overreacts, that's like, I think everyone would understand it. I mean, at the end of the day, I think, you know, I've said this before about top players. You know, everybody's different. Like, all the top players hate losing. They get very angry. Some, like myself or Gary in the past, like, we sort of wear our heart on our sleeve. We show it very directly. There are other people like Fabiano and Vichy who keep it within themselves and they go until they go back to their rooms. So I think it's very, very understandable. You know, for players to sort of have that reaction in the heat of the moment to lose their mind and just be really, really upset. But I feel like, yeah, if Magnus were to just say something like, you know, it would all be fine. It would be very understandable. So I would hope that's what he does. And also, like, also, I just want to say something else, because I saw someone wrote something in chat about, like, you know, if I was asked to take off my rings, would I take them off? I mean, I would be like, you know, hypothetically, if I'm playing in a game and someone asks that, I'd be a little bit miffed if that happens. But of course I would. And I'm pretty sure that, like, if Magnus directly had a conversation, I mean, you can't talk directly to your opponent, I guess. But like, if the arbiter had asked his opponent to take off the watch, his opponent would have taken it off, and it wouldn't have been anything at all. So, like, yeah, I mean, I think that, or sorry, you were trying to say something before I cut you off.
No, but actually, I much rather hear what you said, because I actually made this very same point, that if Magnus had asked, the guy would have taken off his watch.
I mean, obviously he would have. Of course he would have. I mean, he would have. I mean, it would not have been an issue at all. But yeah, I find it, yeah, it's just all kind of surprising. And I think, you know, it also, you know, speaking of chess and it being very competitive, I think for those of us who are chasing Magnus, certainly when this happens, it sort of, it makes him look less like a machine and much more human. Like, you start to see some of these cracks, and I remember, like, if I do a comparison to tennis, I forget who said this, but during the peak, whenever it was, when Federer was just like winning every single tournament, I feel like there's some player, there's like a player who said something like, you know, you go into it knowing you're going to lose, like, psychologically, you know, you're just going to lose the match every time. And I think for a lot of us, we have this perception of Magnus just being this rock hard killer, just like no emotion, just always at his peak. And these things they start to give us a little bit more hope and optimism when we play against him, and show that, like, maybe he's not as invincible as we always assumed he was.
Yeah, I think very interesting points. I mean, it's such a big discussion, right? We could stay here all night.
Well, actually, I'll give you guys, because someone said something about tattoos. Like, now I can see someone who's going to say that basically you could do, I don't know if you guys watch the show Prison Break. It's an old American TV show, but probably something where, like, you can get tattoos on your body before the game to remember your preparation. So just, like, tattoo your whole chest and then go to the bathroom during the game. Like, I mean, theoretically it's possible. Of course, nobody in their right mind would ever do it, but theoretically it is possible. So yeah, I hope we get back to the chess. That's really what I would say. I hope we get back to the chess, and I mean, it doesn't devolve into this paranoia, which seems to be, you know, unfortunately very, very prevalent at the moment, especially online.
Yeah, I think the next couple of days, this is going to be a big topic. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Are there new regulations? How is Magnus' game going to look like? Will he be able to refine his focus?
I mean, he's going to play a weak player, so I mean, he should just be able to win very easily. I mean, since he lost, he'll probably play like a 2400, I would guess, but I don't know.
Hikaru, any final thoughts before we let you go?
Not specifically. No, I mean, I'm very pleased with my play, because I feel like in at least in the last couple of online tournaments, I just feel like I've been burning out. I haven't really enjoyed chess as much, and so just being back at a physical board, I'm really enjoying it. I'm just very pleased that my results have been good so far, and it actually also feels a lot better playing over the board than playing online. I mean, aside from all the other stuff, it just actually feels really nice playing over the board. And I think these days, like, I think I oddly enough enjoy over the board chess more than I enjoy online. Crazy as that is.
Interesting stuff. Well, congrats again on the win today. Best of luck for tomorrow. It was a pleasure having you as always and hearing your thoughts on what was certainly an eventful day in the chess world.
Yeah, and also, of course, I'll do a recap on both games, obviously. So, so you'll get your recap of both games. I'll try to make sure my cam shows like it is here on Zoom, where it's clear instead of completely blurry, like what's my recap. But at any rate, yeah, I'm just glad that all you guys have enjoyed the show, and I mean, I do think the rest of the event is going to be about the tournament, hopefully. But hopefully I can just keep winning and keep playing good chess. And if I do, a lot of good things will happen.
Fantastic. Well, best of luck, Hikaru. We'll speak to you tomorrow, I guess. Until then, have a good night and thanks for coming on.
See you guys. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, so a lot to unpack here. Yeah, Jan Ludwig, I think we've said everything that could be said for the moment. So yeah, that's it for today, really, I think.
Yeah, chess drama is alive and well, and it will return tomorrow at the same time. That's 2 p.m. Central European time and 8 a.m. Eastern.
Absolutely, guys. I'll be back next week. I'll be watching this weekend. I'll be lurking. Thanks, Jan Ludwig. It was fun. See you guys soon. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play, and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me. Because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move, and then like I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I feel like playing chess, yeah, I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, yeah, I feel like streaming. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again.